Attention, please. The show starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
The following content contains adult language and humor that is not suitable for viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome one and all to this edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk, coming to you live on the Pacific414 YouTube channel, the Rumble channel, and the X feed. Along with Baron Norman Tag, I am your host Mike, and tonight you see him in the right-hand corner. You see him, he's got a challenge. It's called the Padawannabe Challenge, and he also builds Legos. He loves his Star Wars. He loves pop culture in general. Please welcome our special guest for tonight, the Padawannabe.
Yay. Always a wannabe, never a master. Ooh. Sparkles. Wow, nice.
Welcome, Padawannabe. Welcome. I hope you're doing well this evening, my good friend.
Yes, I feel like I just got beamed in.
You did? I might not here for.
Well, it's good to know that the transporter pattern buffer held this time.
Yeah. We do not need two of me.
Yeah. No. I have enough problem with you and Anna Moss.
Oh, much props to you two. Anonymous and McCracken tend to push some borders.
Really?
Not in a bad way. Not in a bad way. They just.
I don't know how much border pushing Phil tends to do. He does like to push things and strike a nerve.
The Team Epic Phil, that's over the line, buddy. That's a little over the line.
Yeah.
Oh man, Batman.
Well, it's not that. Just to get some new material here. I mean, it's like, okay, yeah, team, whatever, blah blah blah. We can set our watches to it. You're boring.
I've heard this one before, Phil. Team Epic Phil. Okay, right.
Yeah, about usually 15 times broadcast.
Heck, we're not even on the broadcast yet. We come in, we look at the chat, we go, oh, well, he started early.
Oh, and for cash, I actually saw a YouTube video the other day explaining that you can't jump into money.
Oh, you know what? I think we have a video like that pretty much tells you can't jump into Buddy.
I saw
I'm
the
rolling that
science.
beautiful being photo.
It's not a liquid. It's a great many pieces of solid matter that form a hard floor-like surface. Ah!
Oh, it's so funny.
Oh, what can we say? What can we say?
Oh, and there was even a clip. I really should have recorded it in Skeleton Crew when one of the guys finds gold, and he pulls one piece out, and it all starts falling on him, and he just starts getting all giddy. And I was like, where did cash get put in this? So funny.
That's cash. Listen to him. Listen to him. He's just giggling like a villain.
Disney money. Well, I've had a hard week. This is my fun time.
Good. I'm glad it is.
Oh no! Why do I see offline?
Offline.
On Mike's.
Here.
No, it just went away. That's weird.
I'm here.
That's
He's
okay.
here.
Good. That's weird.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm
New
here.
system.
I'm here.
New system. Everyone, it's still getting kinks. worked
I'm
out.
here. Baron, can you hear me?
I can hear you
Yes.
just fine now.
Copy that.
That was strange on our live preview, the backstage part, where it says our names in one corner, offline popped up on his. That's why it said, but then it went away. So
yeah, you've been running kind of low on your signal there, Mike.
Well, there's nothing I can really do about it.
I
With
think
everything that they're doing around the area right now.
Well,
I think
tighten
it's
the
everybody.
cable between the two coconut halves. That's what I gotta say.
Because my phone has been not refreshing images very well.
And
You know,
Baron,
so-
your signal's low as well. A bar
Yeah,
higher
I
than mine,
know.
but it's low.
Yeah, I know. It always does that, it seems like.
I knew we shouldn't use all that auxiliary power to use the transporters.
Yeah, it's Padawannabe's fault.
Given all she's got, Captain.
No, I'm looking at the manifestation. Manifest. Come on, Mike, speak. Hey, this is a live. This is a live show, folks. But I'm looking at the manifest of what we were supposed to be aboard. We brought aboard Padawannabe, but Baron, what's this for? 200 cases of beer.
The hell you say?
You weren't supposed to see that.
That's supposed to be blacked out on the manifest.
It is supposed to be. I'm thirsty. What can I say?
Yeah.
I'm always
No,
thirsty.
no wonder you don't report to your shift on time. You're a bridge officer. You're supposed to set an example.
Well, the thing is 200 cases of beer. Who's the one who's not here? I think you know where it went.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
before we
I
get
gotta power
out,
up the hose. I gotta power up the hose. Take care of the house.
but before we get underway with our questions and answers and just sitting back, relaxing, and having a great conversation with the Padawannabe, I do want to say hello to Tim, also known as FKHC 2005.
Yay. Aw.
We also have Cass here, who says, nice new intro. I always try to bring out a special intro for our special guest.
I like the intro
Oh, and he's
too.
special. He's special, all right.
And so are you. And so are you.
I know.
I'm so
know.
special. I have my own bus.
2 penguins enter. 1 penguin
When
leaves.
Pagan leaves.
2 penguins enter. 1 penguin leaves. Penguin Dome!
2 penguins enter, 1 turtle leaves.
Oh. And he's not even here yet.
He's prepping him backstage. They're warming up. He's taping him up. Tape up the hands.
Tripping at work is getting up my case about playing Middle Earth Shadow of Mordor.
Hey,
Yeah, yeah.
Mike, orc lives matter.
Okay, what happens when they kill your son and your wife
I don't
in
have
the
a son.
game, YouTube?
I don't have a son, so I'm fine.
Well, in this game, Baron, they kill your son. They
Yeah, I
kill
know.
your wife.
Hmm.
What are you supposed to do when you have a spirit inhabiting your soul, giving you enhanced supernatural powers?
Find another wife and work hard to make another son.
Do
You
better.
you know what I like to do? And
Mm.
I know this might upset Trippy to work, but I like to use those powers and act like I'm Darth Vader and just choke the orc.
I know you do a good job of doing the old decapitation thing in there too.
Exploding
Oh,
heads.
that's fun too.
I mean, watching those heads fly, it's just like Space Marine or Vermintide or Dark Tide. I mean, oh god, no. I need to
I
see-
realize now Aragorn did not decapitate nearly enough in Lord of the Rings.
No, he's a wimp. He's a wimp. He's just one of those soft-hearted snowflake liberals. I'm not going to do that. We got to care and talk with the orcs first.
And I also want to say hello to Jed Sparks. Good to see you. Let's see, anyone else?
Oh, greetings, programs.
See, you're only exasperating the situation there, Mike. Let bygones be bygones, okay? Is it all right to go in there and start killing orc wives and sons in the game, you two?
I did not kill any wives or children in the game.
I
How
thought
do you
Triple
know they
Lord-
all
I
look the
killed
same?
the dudes. I killed the dudes. The big
How do you
ugly
know?
dudes.
They
You
all look the same. A racist would say.
Besides, I thought all the women and children lived in orc suburbia.
Oh yeah,
So
they
you're
got
not-
they got the orc privilege cards. Yeah. Drive around in their Lincolns and caddies and eating their Grey Poupon on hobbit heads. Yeah.
Pardon me.
Meats on the menu again, boys.
poupon?
Or in this case, Grey Matter.
Why, of course.
2 orcs on their Karagor. What are those things? Manicores? I forget. The big animals.
Karagors, the beast.
The beasts. Oh, my.
I've played
Yeah,
it.
and I like use them against the orc captains that are afraid of them too. It's like, hey, look what I got.
You just excited George Takei by saying the beast.
Oh, my.
I'm
I
old
just,
tingly down there.
every time I hear that line in my head, I think of that near final scene in Don't Mess with the Zohan, where who is it? It's that God, what was the name of that singer? He's in that movie.
Well, that narrows it down.
Oh, I'm trying to remember
Elvis?
who it is. No,
Frank Sinatra.
They did Ants Marching and Satellite and Dave Matthews. Dave Matthews is that guy that wants to blow the puppies up at the end of the movie, and then he gets thrown into that room where they're having that gay off.
Whoa!
Oh boy.
Wow.
I'm sure I'm gonna hear something from YouTube after that.
But it's what they were. It's their party. I don't know what they
I
call
know,
it.
I know it's in the movie. I know it's what they call it. I know, and trust me,
understand.
I know.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Well,
YouTube.
that's okay. January 20th in Washington D.C. The Village people are playing there, so I guess you could say they're having a gay off there too.
and I'm not saying anything negative.
No,
And
nothing
that's
negative.
and if anything,
You're quoting the movie. You're quoting the movie. Let's make that
Sorta,
Let's make that first and
You
But-
too.
foremost.
but
Wake up.
it's got Takai in it. George Takai's there, and then the larger guy. I can't remember his name. Wears the glasses.
Well, that narrows it down.
Well, I always laugh because he kind of looks like Peter Jackson, but he's not. I just can't remember his name.
Harvey Firestein. Does he have a very rough voice?
Now, yes.
Yeah,
Wears
Harvey
glasses,
Firestein.
blonde hair. Okay, yes.
Yeah, Harvey Firestein. He was in Independence Day. Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
Torchlight
that's
trilogy.
it.
Yeah,
That
all that
is
stuff.
okay. I need to do my research.
You do. I've
I'm
done
sorry.
a lot of research in the gay culture, many bathhouses. Ran into Mike Pence at one time in one of them. Whoa!
That's
I don't
too
even
much
know.
information,
Satire.
Baron.
Gosh, I
That's
don't even want to
satire, YouTube.
get into all the stuff I've been seeing on podcasts lately.
But
We'll have a
Padawannabe,
gay old time.
today we're here to talk about you and your channel, which will be making its debut this year.
Yes, finally. Hell or high water kind of thing at this point. We were talking before the stream, and I think I'm going to go ahead and let me look at my calendar here to see what that date will be.
I thought we were going to be talking about Sumu, but now that Sumu's back on the menu. Going into day 5.
So it looks like I will do my first stream. I'm going to name it when I do my building streams, which this will be. It'll be a Lego building stream. I'm going to name, it's going to be called Me Build, We Build. And I'm just going to use that title to describe whatever it is I'm doing. If we're doing a watch party, it's going to be Me Watch, We Watch. Or if we're just doing a game or just talking, me talk, we talk, all the good stuff. So I thought of a title that can go with all the different ones. It will be simple to find everything on my channel. I'm going to start putting playlists together and start getting some content on there from where I have been. And I definitely think I need to start off with Pops and the Padawannabe challenge. I definitely need to put that on my channel because I can say that was the first time I was really introduced to a YouTube group.
What was going to be the name of this now, Padawannabe?
So it's gonna be Me Build, We Build.
Me fail English? That's impossible.
Yep, there you go.
Resist.
That's good. I just thought it was cute and I liked the idea and I was like, oh, that
looks
works
something.
good with my silly little name. And it's mostly gonna be, I'm gonna start out doing Lego builds and with a little bit of a twist to it. I'm sure people have seen a lot of Lego build channels. I frequent Mrs. Dadman and Rancor Steve also does some Lego builds, and seeing what they've been doing over this past time has given me some ideas to make mine different because I don't want to really step on anybody's ideas or anything like that because Lego, I know I'm going to get some flack just building Lego anyway because there's people that are really heavy into it and it's like I'm not looking to do that. I won't be one of those people that's getting promo Lego packs. I have lots of stuff that I collected over the years, and I'm just interested in showing it all. So as it goes on, like the Legos is a big part. I have Zoids, which are little wind-up robots and battery-operated robots. So people are aware of those. I have my comic books I'll be going through at some point. Oh, I've got my action figures and my trains and my slot cars and all this stuff. So as the room gets decorated, as things get put up, the shows will progress through where I'm at.
Well, remember one thing. Your name might be silly, but it ain't little, that's for sure. Padawannabe. And folks, this guy has the largest Archie comic collection in the
Oh,
world.
stop.
And last of all, you know what? You should have named your channel Ego My Lego.
Lego, Ego my Legos. Yeah. Now there's a lot of stuff, and I was thinking do something Lego, but it's not gonna. As soon as I do something that's not Lego, I'm gonna start getting comments. They're like, I thought this was a Lego build. You know, it's like no. So that's why I was trying to come up with something that will kind of I can adapt and encompass all the things that I will be doing. And I'd like to get, you know, I have the Xbox, and so I can be on Twitch there. I've already made a Twitch channel. I would like to do some of that too, just because again, it's like I have a lot of older stuff that is still good and people would be interested to do it. You know, like you just went and played through that Arkham series not too long ago. It's like those are fantastic games. And people just don't know. People know about Arkham Knight. Nobody knows about Arkham Asylum anymore. You know, so it'll be nice to kind of revamp the pop culture over the decades. And hopefully I'll be able to I plan to kind of have guests in every once in a while to converse about what we're doing or your experience in something. So all that stuff will be good. I've got a lot of ideas, and we'll see if everything actually happens or not. I need to get I want to do the friends of the channel. I need to start putting that stuff on there. I want to send out thank yous. I'm going to start using shorts and my community page for advertisement. So promo.
Yeah, the nice thing about shorts, Padawannabe, is that you can record them from your phone and then just upload them to your channel.
And that's kind of what I have. My phone is my best piece of technology, so I will use that pretty much as possible without trying to wear it down. You know, use the computer for the streams and use the phone for everything else.
Just remember to starch your shorts. That's all I got to say.
I have starch.
Good. There we go. That'll make your shorts even better.
And we have a question from Trippin' Orc. He is wondering, what Lego sets are you planning on building first?
Well, this could be the wrong word to use.
Uh-oh.
Should I just say the name of his ship?
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead and say it. Go ahead and say it.
Well, my first build will be, let me look up the year. I think it's let me look up when this set actually came out here. Lego. Okay, that's the one. But what number is it? Gosh darn it. Is it 2006? Nope, that's not it. Okay, maybe it's 2000. Is it that far back? Oh, it is. Okay. So the first set I'm going to build, set number 7144. It is the original classic Lego Slave 1. So this is not, it's not the one that comes with the $1,000 Boba Fett minifigure. I believe this was the first set that Lego introduced for the Slave 1. It's small and blocky, and I'm going to do a triple build with it. So I'm going to build this set as it comes in a box, but then I'm also going to build a replica in all black, and I'm going to build a replica in everything. So I'm doing an original build, I'm doing a noir build, an all black build, and then I'm going to do a chaos build, all of the 2000 Slave 1 set.
Very nice.
And the idea with that is you may not have the parts. We can look instructions up online now. You don't need the parts. Just we're going to figure out how to do it with what you got and have fun that way.
Very nice, very nice. And, I don't want to make it sound like you don't have any content on your channel right now. You do.
I do, and I got rid of a ton of it because I started out doing, I had like 40 videos on there that were all Injustice 2 mobile. And and it's been so long since I've been in that. A couple years ago, I just decided, you know what, get all that stuff off because it's not what you're doing anymore. So we started over. Last year, I did want to do the Christmas shorts, but I only got one done. And then I had some accidents I had to deal with. And this year just did not, with losing the dogs and the cars and everything, I couldn't really get my head into it this year. But I will definitely plan on that. Next year, I actually got another half a dozen Star Wars ornaments. So I'm I really wanted to do that this year. Gosh darn it. That was just, I actually liked that whole idea of all the old ornaments. Like that one, there's a Batman ornament, but I've got half a dozen of the Star Trek ones that light up, and then I've got a bunch of mini ones and just silly ones from Toy Story and, everything. So just all novelty type ornaments.
Yeah, and I remember you showing us this Batman ornament when you were taking part in the collector stream. And
Yeah, it's pretty cool. The funniest thing about that one is though, they have like those water stickers they put on, and instead of making his the bat on the chest glass, they put a sticker on it, and the sticker's upside down.
that looks good. It's upside down, but it looks good.
I know. It's so bad. And unfortunately that ornament there that you're showing is large. It's like a 6-inch ornament, and the glass hook on top is so big. Like if you bounce the tree, it could fall off. So that one makes me so nervous. But I've always done Christmas trees. I used to work at a Christmas tree store that we did during the winter. We did patio furniture during the summer and Christmas during the off season. So I actually got into decorating, and when you get to see all the ornaments that come in for retail, it kind of changes your idea on ornaments.
Yeah,
Like I had no idea that they had all these different types, because we would do an Alice in Wonderland tree and a Warner Brothers tree, and we do a crystal tree and a white tree, snowflake tree, Santa Claus tree. And it's just like, God, there's so many different ones. So I've always loved Christmas, and I always liked the ornaments. I just think it's fun. It's like a little toy you can buy that you get to bring out once a year.
Yeah, I can remember, working retail especially. Come Christmas time, you're putting up the ornaments, and some of it has glitter on it and everything, and you get back to the break room, and people start laughing, going, "So, Mike, did you play the glitter?" So it wasn't my choice.
Hey, I went to the strip club, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Probably works at.
Yeah, and I did lose something last season because my shed got too cold. I had a snow globe that shattered.
No.
So that's a bum. I'll have to get another one.
Man.
That was a little. It was a little the Mandalorian holding Grogu, and it lit up. And I come out one day and I'm like, why is everything wet? And I was like, oh no, it broke. So I think the water inside froze.
The water inside froze, and then the outside temperature being what it was.
It was not thick glass, so it just went. But that'll probably be an easy one I can get. That seems to be the only consistent product that Disney can put out for Star Wars that's going to keep making money. And yes, and then that's what I've been doing. I'm going to have to really work on my restreaming. Now, this is a question I can ask you guys.
Mm-hmm.
If you restream, does that count against your streaming hours?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so I would still, if I restream a 4-hour video, it's not dipping into my free 20 hours?
Basically,
that's what I'm...
Basically, you do have those 20 hours that you can use per month to stream. Mm-hmm. But make sure every time you do a live stream that you download that video onto your computer so you can have it for a backup, or if you wanted to, put it, on another channel somewhere.
Yeah,
like say for instance you wanted to do the live streams over on the YouTube side.
Mm-hmm.
You would have them over on the YouTube side in that 20 hours. Once you get over that 20 hours that you're allotted to stream, you wouldn't be able to stream anymore. But
unless I buy the package.
Yes. Yeah. But what you could do is you could also try something like Streamlabs OBS. Connect that to your channel.
I do have OBS on my computer too.
Yeah. So you could try something like that, and you wouldn't have to worry about
Running into that roadblock.
the allotted hours that you're only allowed to stream using that free plan.
And that was the biggest reason why I wanted to do. I'm just gonna do once a week. I'm hoping because there are gonna be some larger builds, and especially when I get into the Zoids, the robotics, they are gonna take much longer to do. So I'm thinking there's gonna be a lot of two-parters because I have some pretty big Lego sets, but my Zoid sets are insane. Some of them are like over a foot tall, and they've got hundreds of pieces on them. So they'll definitely take a little bit longer to do. But what I've been doing here on Appion's channel, late in, we're 25 now, so late in 23, I guess Rocco, his partner that he does Two Guys Talking with, Appion and Rocco the Brave, Rocco wanted to take a little bit of a break. So Appion was wanting to continue making content, so he asked me if I wanted to co-host some shows during the week, and I was like, yeah, let's do that. So we're trying to kind of stay away from the stuff that he and Rocco are talking about, so we tend to look for shows that we haven't seen or one of us hasn't seen. So we started off doing well, gosh, I can't even remember what we did before Legend of the Seeker, but that was such a good fantasy show to watch. And we were fortunate enough to have Karla Burton, who a lot of people in different communities know her as one of the witches. So she joins us for our Sunday broadcast. So we finished all of Legend of the Seeker. We watched Last Airbender on Tuesdays and Thursdays, which that was when I first started doing my restreams, and I was naming it Me Watch, We Watch. So I was already starting to put the title into effect. But then it started getting like, I wasn't sure if I could restream everything. So I was like, I'm going to not do these just in case. And then we do movies, like you see Tropic Thunder on there. Like we just watched Wicker Man the other day for the first time. My first time. I had never seen it. And then a couple weeks ago, we saw, we introduced Karla to The Mummy, the first two Mummy movies. Which
because there's no third Mummy movie.
No.
It doesn't exist.
It's not the same at all. It's not the same at all. And we told her that. They're like, you can watch it if you want to see it, but it's nowhere near the quality of these first two. I mean, Rachel Weisz stepping out of it for whatever reason that was, that just did puts a whole new dynamic on everybody's character. And these are just always fun because somebody's not seen what we're watching. So it's always fun to have that. And then and then recently Pop Culture no, which one is it? God darn it. I'm trying to remember. There's so many Pops, you guys.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, because you have Pops who you've been on his channel several times, and that's where the Padawannabe challenge started. And then you have Pop Culture Mechanic, Pop Culture Curator, and let's not forget Pop Culture Minefield.
Okay, I think Pop Culture Republic is the show that he goes on, and you can't just look up Pops or Pop on these things. Let's see, Pop Culture, is that him or is that the other channel? Let's see here. I think it's Pop Culture Republic that comes on ours, but I'm just not sure because I can't find anything on here. I hate this. Every time I try to find stuff, I can't find stuff. But we have guests that come on Sundays, and Pop is actually, we started watching Farscape, and none of us had seen that except Pop. Pop had seen it a few times, so he is our Pop cyclopedia. as we go through this. So we're halfway through season 2. We're in a 3-parter right now, and it's just a fun show. That show, Farscape and like Babylon 5 were shows when I was growing up. I'm in my 20s, and I'm like, oh, these are just more Star Trek shows. You know, Stargate SG-1's out, Battlestar Galactica's out. There's so many sci-fi shows at this point, and I'm like, I'll get to them eventually. You know, I'm working a lot and doing things, and now with streaming, because it wasn't even a thing back then. Netflix was still doing their DVDs. You know, so I mean, Redbox wasn't invented yet, so that really was just a fun time watching watching the series. And so we're watching Farscape now, and that's just fun, and especially with the Jim Henson type, the puppeteering and all this stuff in there. It's just amazing to watch. You forget that they're not real. They did so well with these mannequins or puppets or whatever you want to call them. You know, they show emotion. It's amazing just how many servos they can put for the eyes and the cheeks and the mouths and everything. I mean, to me, this has got to be some continuation of the technology they use from like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and like the dinosaur series, because it's just so good. There's not many times you see it and it looks wrong. Like, oh, those words didn't even seem like they were coming out of his mouth. Like, it's just so good.
That's how professional the Jim Henson Company was, and I mean, I can't say they've lost that touch, but I haven't watched any of their recent, offerings. Even
I would say
their
Hollywood.
sequel to the Dark Crystal. I didn't watch that when it was on Netflix.
Oh, The Age of Resistance?
Yeah.
I started watching a little bit of it. The puppeteering's awesome. I'll tell you, they are a step above, because like everybody's watched Mando with Grogu in it, the first couple seasons of that, and it's like there's little things you see with Grogu, and it's like that's not Jim Henson's people, because they just, whatever it is they do, whatever process they put in it, the movements and everything seems so realistic. Even when the puppets are jumping or running and doing things that would be very difficult to portray accurately. We even see problems in action movies these days where the guy's supposed to be running really fast and we can tell they sped up the tape or it looks goofy. Oh, he's not even touching the ground, and they just do it so good. And that Jim Henson, I mean, honestly, I think Hollywood is losing appreciation for what his company brings.
Yeah, and the animatronic aspect when it comes to puppeteering, and also your traditional puppeteering that Jim Henson and Frank Oz did, along with so many others. And
and how many? And I'm sure you guys have heard of it too. All the way back to Mark Hamill, like when he's acting with Yoda, and he's like, you actually think you're talking to a person until they say cut, and you see the little creature kind of fold down in front of you. And it's like, that would be weird. You see people come out from behind the floor or behind the thing, and it's like, oh yeah, it's not a character.
No, but the talent to portray the character, not only doing the puppeteering as you would see Jim Henson and Frank Oz and, everybody that was part of the company then doing, but also doing the voice lines.
Yeah.
I mean, that takes a lot of hand-eye coordination and motor skills to begin with.
And just the process, like, okay, we got it. And the kind of, almost like a sport, right? Like your motor memory is going into overdrive.
Yeah, your muscle memory. I mean, think about the different characters that everybody who worked for Jim and now they're working for his son and daughter. The different characters they do, they have to remember, this character acts this way, so I have to make sure that when I'm doing the puppeteering, I have them act this way. This character does this character does that.
Gosh darn it. Excuse me. Yeah, because especially Disney, like I guess Disney's getting ready to tear down their Jim Henson area. It's like,
they're getting rid of Muppet Vision 3D, which is the last thing that Jim Henson worked on, and a lot of the people who are associated in that particular film worked on as far as Jim Henson's group.
Yeah.
And I can really see it. Like, I watched Skeleton Crew, lots of aliens, not up to Jim Henson's level. It's just not. I don't know what the process is, but they seem like they're still in school with some of the things. And it's a learning process. I can't say I'd be doing it. I don't know if I could do that.
Even in the 90s, you would see shows that would try to emulate the Jim Henson style, and they couldn't do it.
Mm-hmm. I want to try and find something here.
He's trying, folks. Really is.
And we also have Brandon Looney Tunes Fan 2000 with us.
God, nothing comes up right.
But you had mentioned Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and how Jim Henson worked on those costumes, and not only did you have the puppeteering going on with those costumes, you also had the actors inside the suits.
Yep. And that was that first level where I watched it, and I was kind of like, oh, they're gonna try and do robots, and I wasn't sure, and then I saw the movie. And the mouths move so good. And it's not just open close, and it's just like, God, there's so much motorized mechanism in there to make it do all that. So you got the guy in the suit, and then you probably got like one guy working the mouth, one guy working the eyes, And then the amazement, like, I don't know how well those actors could even see out of those costumes. They're doing fight scenes.
They could barely see out of it with what little opening there was underneath the eyes.
I mean, even Shredder, that dude's costume was so big, and they still pull off some decent fight scenes for what early, not late 80s.
That was 1990 when that movie came out.
That was just. I remember I had I was doing a lot of drawing. I loved the Turtles at that time. That show was just so good. And I had the trading cards from the movie and everything. God, it was just so good. So definitely one of those guilty pleasure movies for us at that time.
Oh yeah. I mean, think about all the Ninja Turtle merchandise that was out during that craze.
Too much. Yeah, I got pizza spinning Michelangelo.
You had the toys. You had, of course, the Mirage comics that predate the animated series.
Yeah.
But, you had games. You had, pajamas, sleeping bags. You name it. Cups. I mean, I wish I still had it. I had a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles camera that could actually take pictures.
Wow.
You just put the film in there and snap away.
See, they used to make stuff for kids. Now kids just want a cell phone.
Or an iPad or something along those lines.
Fortnite skins.
Yeah, V-Bucks.
But, we talk about this stuff, Padawannabe. Is this, some of these items, are they something that you want to, talk about on your channel, showcase on your channel?
Oh yeah, all that stuff will be. I'd have to when it starts getting into the things that I collected as a kid, I don't have as much, cuz what did we do in the 80s? Let's have a garage sale. Such a fool. I just didn't know what I had. I honestly didn't know what I had. I mean, I had so much of the Masters of the Universe. I had Castle Grayskull. I had Snake Mountain. I had the Evil Horde's Lair. I had almost all the vehicles. I mean, I had more. Granted, Star Wars had way more merchandise, but I had more of the collection of the He-Man stuff than anything.
I mean, think about it too. I mean, He-Man and the Masters of the Universe was a popular cartoon. Of course, it was the toys first. And those toys weren't that expensive as far as the figures were concerned. The play sets, they did cost more money to be expected,
Those
but
playsets were big, though, man.
yeah, yeah.
It's like half the size of your body when you're 8 years old.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I can still remember the look on my face. And this was Christmas morning of '84, and I'm opening my presents, and one of those presents was Castle Grayskull.
Oh, wow. That was such a cool thing. That was,
Yeah, it was.
Castle Grayskull was one of my first toys that made me realize it's like, oh, the stuff that you get, that you buy, is not necessarily the stuff you see on the show. Because Castle Grayskull looked pretty accurate. But then when you open Castle Grayskull up, it's like, well, I didn't ever remember seeing a trap door in Castle Grayskull. And you have like the weapons rack, and you have all this, the little dungeon, and you have all these things, and it's like, oh, okay. And then Snake Mountain comes out, and it doesn't look anything like Snake Mountain in the show.
No, but if you remember about Snake Mountain, it did have a microphone that was battery powered.
Yep, the
And
little
you can
wolf
speak into it,
microphone.
and the mouth of Snake Mountain Mountain would move.
Yep, and the evil horde had this foam cave, and you could put on a dragon glove, so your hand would go push through the cave, and you could attack the He-Man and his cohorts.
I mean,
They're very interactive. Very interactive.
Think about it too, brother. Back then we had slime. You could buy slime out of the little vending machines.
I know. Yeah, they had slime for He-Man. They had that one slime machine. My mom hated that stuff.
I wonder why.
Hated slime
Don't
more
get
than
that.
Play-Doh.
Don't get any of that on the carpet. You get on the
Yeah.
carpet, you're cleaning it up.
Yeah, and we had shag carpet back in the day. That thick mohair.
We had an orange shag carpet when I was growing up.
Orange. Nice.
Yeah.
That's those houses had that. Like we had my mom had the like banana yellow countertops and like the avocado green like hood and refrigerator. And then you get those orange flower tiles for the overspills.
And it's good to see Tree Rock Creations, who says, never had Castle Grayskull. But if I did, I would use it as Cobra headquarters and attack it with my G.I. Joes and Star Wars figures. Yeah, because the Star Wars figures started that 3.5-inch tall trend. And, G.I. Joe was downsized to that for G.I. Joe and a Real American Hero, and you could intermix your different collections. And
The giants are attacking. He-Man's a giant compared to those Star Wars figures. And I used to, I never had, like he mentions the G.I. Joes. I didn't get to collect G.I. Joes because Star Wars and He-Man and G.I. Joe all were such large collections at the time. My mother said, I can't do them all. She said, you got to pick one that you're not going to do. So I didn't do G.I. Joe. Because G.I. Joe to me is more realistic. It's like, oh, you hear stories like that. Like, granted, they had lasers and things like that. It was a little futuristic. But it wasn't fantasy like He-Man was. And it wasn't science fiction like Star Wars was. So I had to forego G.I. Joe, which was fine. I actually was really into the little army men when I was a kid, too. Just the little green molded figures. So I used to play with those all the time, too.
Well, I mean, think about it. Back then, you go to the grocery store, they had one aisle that had toys. At least in most of the grocery
Whole aisle.
stores my mom went into, and there was always a bag of army men. And 9 times out of 10, Mom would say, yes, you can have it, because they weren't that expensive.
Oh yeah, just a few dollars, and you get like 2 or 3 of every mold. I didn't ever really find a lot of use for the guy that was carrying the gun over his head, though. I know what it's for, but I didn't have many streams on my playsets. But the army men, I would set up, like I used to have electric trains, so I used to set the army men up and have them get run over. I was inspired by Gomez, Gomez Adams with his
Wow.
destroying the trains back in the day. I was like, oh, I always want a train set. That just inspired me so bad. Dick Dastardly.
Get up, soldier! No, Sarge! That train took off my leg!
Damn, Lionel.
This is fun. Oh, I never got the big ones. That was too big for me. That was, again, one of those things. It's like I can't get the big ones. They're too expensive. So I was a hoe scale. Ho was my scale. HO on the trains. It's a smaller train. It's like the ones that size is the size that if you put Hot Wheels next to it, it's pretty accurate.
Yeah. I mean, that's the size my dad always used to get because he liked the. And he would see me out on our patio because it was covered and everything, playing with the train set, especially one summer after I had surgery on my legs. But, that's just something we did as kids. We would play with train sets. We would play with army men. We would, go outside and just run out and play, or go on the slip and slide, or get water balloons and throw them at each other, or sometimes chuck them at each other.
Oh, water balloon wars were great. We used to you would go find just an empty lot, an empty field when you were a kid. My friend turned me on to this. He's like, oh, let's go out here and have dirt clod wars. And I was like, what are you talking about? And you go out and you just get a handful of dried grass. All the grass is like 3 feet high, and you just yank it, and it has a big dirt clod on the end. So you had these dirt clod bolos that we would just have wars with each other in the field.
I mean, think about it, because I think you told me at one point you grew up in California. And I grew up in California too, Southern California, and when we were growing up, a lot of areas still had open fields. It wasn't as built up as it is now. And, you could go out to the field, just watch out for snakes. That's what your parents always said. Watch out for snakes.
Yep.
And you'd go out, you'd ride your bike and go all over the place and play. And then you come back, you're all covered in dirt and mud, and you felt good.
Yeah. And then when you came home covered in dirt and mud, your parents didn't really get angry at it. They're like, oh, you look like you had a good time today. Okay, now go wash up for dinner. Nice and simple. We were able to occupy a lot of our time with just menial fun.
Yeah. And, Tree Rock even brings up Army Men and Ketchup for Blood. What a great time. It was a great time
funny,
growing up.
I never thought of that.
Because, some of the stuff, I don't know if you have plans to talk about some of the stuff from, the 60s and 70s, definitely the 80s, but, for those of us that grew up in those time periods, we have a lot of fond memories of growing up back then.
Well, one of my some of the oldest things I have are my electric train set and then my slot cars. And again, I had the smaller slot cars. I had the ones that looked more like Hot Wheels. But when you get the smaller ones, you get the cool ones. Like I had the cliffhangers that go up the wall and go upside down and do the loops and jumps and stuff. So I'm kind of looking forward. Hopefully I can make all that stuff work again, because I really think that would be some fun content, just see what you can do and bring back something that people don't even know is a thing anymore. Like slot car stores and train stores used to be everywhere.
Yeah, you could go into a hobby shop
It was hobby shops, yep.
and buy your HO trains and, the different cars and all sorts of little knickknacks here and there to put your scenery together. Little towns, and I mean, heck, you could walk into a Toys R Us back then
Oh, my favorite store.
and buy, stuff for your train set.
Yeah, they Toys R Us was the place, like a row of Star Wars, a row of GI Joe, a row of trains. This was before they even put kids clothes in Toys R Us. It was just toys, and it was a Walmart sized store of just toys. I mean, you can't even understand what that does to you as a kid. Like we were the ones that used to go through the Montgomery Ward catalog and the Sears catalog and circle all the stuff that we wanted. You can't do that. Bookmarking's not the same.
What are you
No.
what are you looking at, Padawannabe? You want that for your birthday? You want that for, say, Christmas?
Yeah, I
All
want
right.
them all.
Mark it in the catalog, and
Yep.
wait till Christmas,
Not gonna
and you'll
happen.
find out what you get.
We'll see what we can
Yeah.
do.
Yeah, you might get one of those items, or maybe your parents have something else in mind. And did you ever, have a Christmas or a birthday where you thought you wanted one thing, and then your parents surprised you with another thing, and it just completely knocked your socks off?
I did get a Nintendo one year because I didn't think I was ever going to get a Nintendo. But we knew somebody that had one and she didn't want it anymore, so I was able to get a Nintendo. Because that was definitely something like I did not think I was going to get. But I wanted Gyromite.
Vegemite?
That little robot that came with that first Nintendo. You could only play one game with it. I just thought it was cool.
Robbie the Robot.
Well, Robbie the Robot, I had Robbie. I think the Nintendo thing was Gyromite. Because we did have a little
Yeah.
Robbie the Robot. Because he'd be like, hi, I'm Robbie the Robot. And you could tell him to go do stuff. And he would go into the kitchen or he'd go somewhere or whatever. That thing was cool, too. We just had the small one, though. I didn't have the one with the tray.
And I always wanted one of those as a kid.
so cool.
Had this robot come and bring me my drink as long as it didn't spill it.
They were not very capable. But the
No,
whole
they
idea of something that could move around the house. I mean, honestly, Roombas have more capability than the robots that we had when we were kids.
But I mean, you also look at it this way. You look at it from your kid point of view. Back then, that was cool. It's like, ooh, I can get this robot. It'll do things for me. Mike, not so much. Wait about 40 years,
Yeah,
and
no kidding.
Yeah. And about the same time as we're going to have flying cars, but instead what it is we learn pronouns. Instead.
And for some reason, they made skateboards that go the weird direction. Those hoverboards.
yeah.
It's like, why didn't you guys just make it move like a skateboard? Why do you make it this weird balancing act?
Remember growing up too? They sold your traditional skateboards, but then they sold the ones with the handlebar. It's like, why do I want a handlebar on my skateboard?
Yeah, that was the early scooter. I remember
Yep.
getting one of those scooters that looked like kind of a cross between a scooter and a bicycle. They had like those 10-inch wheels on them, and you had a handbrake, but you were just pushing on a skateboard board, really. But I mean, they came with handlebars. It looked like a bike that you just pushed. I used to have one of those when I was a kid. God, the stuff we bought that we wanted for no reason. I had a pogo ball. I don't know if you guys remember those.
Yeah. I wanted
Such
one.
a piece.
A friend of mine had one.
That's got to be one of the worst things they've ever made, man. You had to jump
Yeah.
so hard. You're like, why don't I just jump off the ground? The pogo ball. Pogo ball is what you call it.
I'll go.
Or good luck in some cases staying balanced on the thing before you can even bounce.
Oh, the greatest thing when you're a kid, having your parents try out the stuff that you get. That's
Yeah.
gotta be
My, my,
you don't see comedy like that anymore. I can ride a skateboard.
my dad would always do that. I can remember one year my parents gave me a
Oh
remote
my
control car,
God.
my first remote control car.
Okay, real quick. Was it a real remote control or did it have that dumb bump and go reverse thing? That where you hit the reverse button and it turned in reverse only?
I had one of those, but I also had a real remote control car, and no, it wasn't hooked up to a wire,
The
so I could only
wire?
go so far.
That was the stupidest thing. Give you a 6-foot wire connected to it.
although I had those two. Don't get me wrong, I had
Oh
those
yeah,
two.
for sure, for sure. Those are the ones you
But
get from your grandparents. They're like, "Oh, this is
yeah,
cool." They like go to Radio Shack and buy your toys there.
yeah. But
Hey, Radio
I
Shack
can
has some
remember.
good toys.
I can remember one year getting a remote control car for I think it was my birthday, and I didn't get to play with it right away because once my dad put the 9-volt battery into the remote
Oh,
and
it's
the
his.
batteries into the car,
I gotta make
started
sure it
playing.
works right. I gotta make sure it works.
What's wrong, Michael? I'm just testing it out. That's all.
Yep, yep.
And he had
When's my
he had
turn?
this shit-eating grin on his face.
But that was cool stuff. The adults didn't get toys.
No.
Our parents didn't really have toys like that at all. They had like the wooden duck you pulled behind you. You know what I mean?
You
just-
kidding? My grandmother still had my dad's wooden duck that he pulled behind him when I would go over to her house.
I probably still have some of those old wooden toys in my hope chest back at my mom's.
Yeah.
God, we really did get the best advancement of everything.
We did because we had computers as great as they were back then, but we were still able to get up, get out of the house, burn off our energy, and come home exhausted. By the end of it, our parents were like, "Thank God."
And what kind of video games did we have on our computer? If you've ever seen the movie Big and the kids playing a video game on that, that's what we had. You had to wait for the text to show up on the screen. You had to read it. You didn't even always get a picture. And in the beginning, there were no colors. It was green on green.
Or you would play Oregon Trail and your whole party
Oregon
would
Trail,
die.
yeah. God, that game. How do you beat that game?
And that's how Mike started to learn how to die in video games.
Actually, it's not too far from the truth
Oregon
there.
Trail.
I know it's
made
not.
Oregon Trail made me think that you can't win at video games. That was one of those games, like, no matter how many times I tried, I could never get anywhere in that game.
Well, that's what taught Mike how to die well in video games, except for when he came to Alien Isolation, then he really lost it.
Oh, come on, Barrett. I'd like to see you play that game. I mean, Padawannabe's playing that game. He knows that frustration.
Oh, I'd probably cuss up a storm too. I'm not leaving myself out of it. I'm not leaving myself.
Oh, crazy.
I cuss pretty damn good.
Never even thought of that, but I was not a video game cusser when I was a kid. I think,
wrong with
though,
you?
I think it is because I had a friend in 5th grade, 6th grade. I used to go over to his house almost every day during the summer. I would ride my bicycle over there, and all this guy did was play video games. He had the early Nintendo, so Zelda, what was that? Master Blaster, Castlevania, just all the games, right? All the beginning Nintendo games. But so much rage from this young kid.
Oh yeah.
Like, I had never seen anybody, like, punch and slam their fist onto a console like that, ever. Like, still to this day. And I can't even believe the thing kept working. Because he would just pound the top of that, like the cartridge would pop out of the system. It's like, whoa, dude.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
It's like,
I was I was that way with the Atari 2600 and
Goodness.
the Apple II. I mean, some of those games after a while got you so frustrated. It's like, ah!
But those things,
I know.
those were bricks. I mean, those were pretty hardcore. That first Nintendo that came out, that case seems so flimsy on there.
I mean, when you open up the door with the cartridge in, I had mine come off, and I probably opened it too quick and it broke. And
Little too far. I mean, it was not a great. And then the next system they come out with doesn't even have a dust cover. You just stick the games right in the top.
yeah,
you know?
yeah, it was a top loader, and
That was so much better. That was so much better.
Like
And
the
never-
Atari 26.
Never had
Which-
to blow in the cartridge again.
which the Famicom, which is what the NES was known as in Japan, was always a top loader. It's like,
yeah.
well, why did you guys make that the design to begin with
Yeah.
for the North American market? We're already used to it with
Yeah,
the Atari.
it really did look like their first Nintendo was our Super Nintendo.
And DJ Ronnie G is in the house.
DJ.
To go back to
Turtles are warmed up.
yeah, Zork and Zork 2, those games were classics. I even got a novel basically a Zork novel somewhere here. I need to sit down and actually read. And actually, the introduction to it was actually done by Harlan Ellison, of all things.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Now, you do?
I'm not pulling your leg. I really
I
didn't
know,
know
I
that,
know.
Barrett.
Yeah, I mean, I came across the book, I took it, and hey, Harlan Ellison did the intro. It's like, wow, and it's like, wow. So I gotta find it so I can read it. I don't know how long I've had it. I never read it.
And I'm still. I think I don't think. I know I still have my old Nintendo, so that is actually going to be some content for my channel at some point because I'm going to make a shadow box out of my old Nintendo. I'm going to take. I don't know how many it'll take because I'm not sure the size of this yet. But the idea is I'm going to take either 16 or I guess it would be 25 games. So like a 4x4 of games. I'm going to push them all together so they'll be the background. And then I'm actually going to wire hang the Nintendo and the controllers and the light gun in there so they're kind of suspended in 3D in front of the games. And then along the bottom, I want to get some Legos and do like a Super Mario level 1-3 where you're walking on the trees. So I'm gonna put that down on the bottom because they have so many cool Lego Mario sets now. It's like, oh, I won't even have to build it. I can just buy some pieces and put it in the bottom. So hopefully that'll work out. I've been thinking of that thing for a really long time. So that's something I look forward to doing. And that's probably going to be a couple because I gotta get the wood for it and then like a piece of acrylic or something to put in the front. Because that's not something I'm gonna want to be dusting. I just want to put it up on the wall and leave it there and have it be a nice piece of background. And that's kind of what I thought I might do with some of my old slot card tracks too. If I can't get them to work, I'll just put them together and put them on the wall for decoration.
Yeah, why not?
Figure eight or something. I think it'll look cool up there.
Why not? Because, remember as kids playing with those cars, that was a lot of fun. You could spend hours doing it.
So fun. Just building the tracks and the look on your friends' faces when you pull something like that out. They've never seen anything like that before. Like I had a super old set that my dad had bought, but over the years, more and more stuff like cliffhangers came out, and then they came out with these dune buggy cars that could go over hills, and that was really cool too. It was like, it's like the little RC cars that came out at the time. So I have all that stuff and I know how to fix them, but those old tracks would break and then you can't get them to stay together anymore. So we'll have to see what will work and what won't and just what comes to mind. And that's why I'm like, as I go through my content, that's how I'm decorating my room. So as things get put up, you'll see. You're like, I never saw him do that. So you'll just have to go search for the content.
Or it's gonna be a thing where that's what draws people to the content. They see something that they remember having as a kid, or maybe you know young kids hear their grandparents and their parents talk about it, and they see it and they go, "Hey, was this it?"
Yep. Yeah, I remember also one of my friends found out that I had model trains. And he's like, "You have model trains too?" And I was like, "Yeah, you have them?" So he takes me over to his house and he shows me all of his trains. They're all set up on a piece of plywood. I'm like, "This is so cool." So there was just not a lot of kids back then had that stuff. It was all new for us. All that stuff we had was stuff that had kind of just came out during our childhood.
My neighbor across the street where I grew up, Mr. Brown was his name, and he had an entire huge HO layout in his
That's
basement.
so cool.
It was, and he gave me a status sheet on engines that I have still saved somewheres in one of my files. And I used to have it hanging up on my cork board I had in my room for the longest time. But yeah, now I got this. Like it helped kind of get me even more interested in train tracks.
Yeah, I love the idea of having a big piece of plywood to work on. I was never a fan of keeping one track though. Like I'm that person that's got to pull it apart and make another one almost every time. But I always wanted to put like, okay, if I could come up with a good layout for the train, I want a couple levels, go up and down. I want a bridge. I want a tunnel. You want all the fun stuff. And then I was like, what if I put my racetrack right in the middle of the train set? That would be cool. So that might become a thing. And who knows? Maybe Lego buildings start showing up. I don't know.
I think they used to. I think Tyco used to have one where you could have a slot racer go over the tracks.
They did. There's a few times I've seen that cross section where it's a racetrack and it is one piece of railroad track that goes right through it. And I've never gotten any, but if they still make them, that might be something I need to look into. Because I don't even know if Tyco still makes slot car tracks. Like, I'll have to see what I can.
Well, I don't think
If I
Tyco's
can
around
add
anymore.
I was gonna say I don't think Tycho's even around anymore.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, if I go to a hobby store, are they going to have something
Oh,
compatible, or you know
I
what I
think
mean?
I think they will.
I
Or they'll
just
have old stuff that old used stuff that's still in good shape too.
exactly. So I think as I start getting to this stuff, it'll be me trying to find stuff, and so there'll be more. Like I have the idea. We'll start the channel with this, but anything that interests me will kind of be content. Like if I end up finding a comic book store that has some stuff that I really want, that's content. Hey.
Yeah, it is.
So
You could record a quick video saying, "Yeah, this is what I was able to find at my local comic shop." And Lowspec has a question about asking you if you've seen any of the custom tracks made with MDF and a router using copper tape for the rails. And
I haven't.
I know I
seen
haven't seen
that.
anything like that.
Although it makes me immediately go to like those little robots they make that can follow the lines. So this is going to be that kind of thing. I like that. No, my friend, now that he brings that up, my friend had a slot car track when I was a kid, and I'd never seen anything like it in my life. Because usually the slot car track, you would have the slot in the middle, and then you would have the two little metal rails that would send the electricity to the car. His didn't have a slot. He would have 3 electric rails, and his cars could change lanes. Like
Yeah,
you
I remember. I think it was Tycho.
that was
advertising a track
so
like that.
cool. I'd never seen anything like that. And I was like, how's that even work? But it was so cool to see that. And yeah, DJ Rod, the loops and stuff, that was my thing. I had those super cliffhangers were just so awesome. They go upside down. They could do loops. They could go up the wall. There's one that came with a jump. Yeah, that was so cool. They were so awesome. I've added a video to Padawannabe. Oh, okay, I'll look that up. Because, yeah, the first track I had was one that my my father had passed away when I was really young, and my mom held on to it. So when I was young, she gave it to me, and it was huge. It was like a 35-foot slot car track, 3-level. It was so cool. So I learned how to take the cars apart and do all that. Like the cars that would run slower, I would take apart and I would like compare the magnet attractions. And I'm like, oh, these are the strongest magnets I have. So I put those ones in that car. You know, and I'd put the new little electric pickups on them because after a while those little brushes on the bottom would get all frayed and stuff. So it's funny. I did learn how to work on those little cars back in the day, and you see all the copper wire wraps and the little drivetrain that turns around in there and all that stuff. It was so cool. All that stuff. I still to this day I want to get one of those RC cards that you build from scratch, and you just put together everything. So that could be something I get eventually, especially where I'm at now. It's way better to do remote control cars here. When I was in California, I'd have to go somewhere very private, and even if you end up at a park, someone's still gonna come over and mess with you. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to say that, but that California was that kind of atmosphere. You could be doing your remote control car or whatever, and some bigger kid just comes along and steps on it for no reason.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's just it's so unfortunate that we had to deal with that kind of stuff, but it made us who we are, and that's why we don't lose it when people tell us no now. You know?
No. It's just part of growing up for us. When our parents told us no, yeah, we fussed, but they put their foot down. They didn't just go, well, okay, honey, you can have this. It's like, no. You can't stay overnight tonight. It's not a good night. You got to be up early in the morning.
Yep.
But, no. End of story. I mean, how many times have we heard that?
Oh, so much. And but we learned, you know.
Yeah, we did.
And we learned we don't need everything.
Yeah,
and us not getting everything made us normal. I hate to say it, but you learn that it's not disappointments. It's just learning how life works. Not everybody gets it.
I was going to say that. Our parents were trying to prepare us for the real world.
You know, and
You
now
can't always get what you want.
No. And you save for what you do want. Because it means a lot more. You know, if I'd have bought all my He-Man figures, I wouldn't have sold them. I'd still have them. And that's the difference. When you start buying your own stuff, you tend to hold on to it. You know, like that. I wish I still had all my He-Man and all my Star Wars stuff from way back. It'd be cool just to have. They made good toys back then. They'd still be around.
They did. Even the plastic was hard
So much
plastic.
better.
It wasn't
Yeah.
flimsy plastic.
Yeah, there's so many things now you can kind of flex it. That's where I think this 3D what is it? The 3D not matting. What is it? The where they
3D
make stuff
printing.
printing. Yeah, I think that's going to be really the next thing for people because they're like, I want this collectible, but I don't want to spend $800 on it. You know,
Well,
and
I mean, just ask DJ Ronnie G. He's downloaded
yeah,
the blueprints for making his own Orville without having to go to a store and buy an Orville.
see, like how
Get an
nice would
atomic
that
bomb.
be? How nice would that? You're like, I need this one Lego piece. Bzzzt. I bet you can do probably anything on there. I got something for Christmas that was a 3D print. It's pretty cool. It's a dragon egg, and then you pull out a little dragon that can move. You know, it's really flexible. It's pretty cool. But that's just 3D printed with some paint on it.
And DJ right there says that's why I print ships.
See, that's cool. See, that would be neat. Even if you could make whatever size you wanted to also. That's kind of cool. Because that was a reason, like, why with the Lego, again, going back to that, that's why I started really dipping into those helmets. That helmet collection is really cool. I've always liked Star Wars helmets, but they never made sense to me. I'm going to spend $150 on this big, huge thing that I have to sit on my shelf or get a mannequin head for, and it takes up so much room. Mm-hmm. And Lego's my thing, so you actually get to build it. That's even cooler.
Well, I can remember one time wanting a stormtrooper costume. I'm thinking, why am I going to spend money on a stormtrooper costume when I'm only going to wear it maybe once, maybe twice, maybe on a special occasion, and for the rest of the time, it's just going to hang up in my closet.
Yep. And it's good that most of those costumes in our day were cheap. They were just the front plastic grill with the elastic band that went around the back. Mm-hmm. A lot of stuff they're doing now, man. You can actually hold like those rubber masks and things they make now. Gosh, you can hold on to those forever. No, always so cool, that stuff.
And what are some of the other things you'd like to showcase on your channel?
Gosh, let's see. If I do the building, I'll probably be doing. Well, we'll start out with building, and then let's see, cars, trains, action figures, collectibles, Christmas tree stuff. I don't know if I'll get into any painting or anything like. I don't think I really have any models and things like that. I liked models when I was a kid, but as Lego started expanding more, like I said, if I can build it and have it, it's so much fun. Like I have a model of the Enterprise, the one from the Next Generation, so that could be content because it's still kind of not put together. But then I also have a Lego version of the Next Generation Enterprise. And it's like, well, that can be built a lot faster. I don't quite have to pay as much attention to it or anything like that. But yeah, the watch parties is always something we'll probably be doing. It's really going to come down to what if I'm not able to get more hours or find a way to use one of the other streaming platforms, I could just be limited to the one a week. And if I do one a week, I don't even know. I've easily got enough Lego to go a full year. I've easily got enough Zoids to go a full year. Because you're only thinking like 50 shows in a year, was it 52 weeks or whatever? So, and if you can even be lucky enough to pull off 50 shows in a year without any interruptions, so that would be something. But really just, I can't say it's pop culture necessarily, but it's just going to be a lot of the popular stuff we had growing up. I'll probably pull out some of my artwork when I pull out the comic books, and I think the comic books is going to be a big thing for me too, because I'm such an X-Men fan, and there's so many people that are just like, I don't even know where to start. And it's like you just pick. You just pick a big story and go from there. That story can fan you out, because especially if you pick a crossover to start with. Because then you're like introduced to several issues of something right away. It might cross over with a Fantastic Four or, like a Spider-Man or something like that. So you get lots of different artwork. And I mean, that really, the artwork from back in that day there's nothing compared to it. None of the comics these days even hold a candle to some of the stuff we had back then.
And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that everything was hand-drawn. You didn't have a lot of computers helping you get the background right or, have the smooth lines. No, I don't want smooth lines in a comic book. I want to see that it was hand-drawn.
Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of people just aren't going to art class. Like, I can tell there's a lot of people that haven't taken human composition. If you can't draw feet and hands, I don't know what to tell you, man. Because
you're no better than a computer.
Those are some of if you can learn to draw hands, that adds such a different aspect to your creations. Instead of just hiding them, like a lot of people will not draw feet, so they'll just have the feet not in the picture, or they'll just stop drawing it. I've seen some pictures where it's like, oh, they're in the distance, so it's just 2 lines for a leg, and it's not even a foot; it's just a point, and it's like that's horrible. It's like, you're drawing for children. It's like comic books weren't. They are for children. Not the ones we were reading though. Those were drawn by the best artists on earth that are still renowned that way. I mean, when we were reading comics in the 90s and the 2000s, all those big time comic book artists created comic book universities like the Kuberts, and McFarlane didn't really go into that, but there was a lot of people that started doing animation colleges, and things like that. So it really started changing from the you can't make money in that to yes we can, and this is how we can make it.
Yeah.
And we learned lots of different ways to make money. I still can't believe everybody was able to make money in so many different ways. I mean, what's a job? The whole idea of occupation in our lifetimes has changed, 3-4 different times?
Something like that.
Because, I mean, it's insane. Even as, I'm 50 now, and I'm like, okay, how do I keep going in this? Do I do a normal job and kill myself till I'm retired? Or can I figure something out easier,
I mean, think about it. If we were to go back 40 years, well, let's say 40 years, back to the 80s, and tell our younger selves, or even anybody that we knew back then, whether it be parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins, guess what? In 40 years, people are going to be talking to each other through their computers. They're actually going to be able to see each other through their computers in real time.
The video phone.
Well,
through our glasses.
But think about it, Barrett. Even the video phone didn't work as they drew it up most of the time.
Nope.
That's true. Nope. We're still not at Jetson level. It's close, but we're not there yet.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
I mean, the video phone and the I remember watching that old cartoon. It's like, oh, I need to put my face on. And they would have a rubber mask all with the makeup and hairdo, and they'd put that on so they'd be presentable. So funny. Oh, my God. But, yeah, even the video phone that we thought, things that really possibly we could have in our lifetime are still kind of coming along. Granted, it's so much different. Like the internet alone has jumped exponentially every year since we started. I mean, from what started MySpace was what was before MySpace.
Well, I mean, when you think about online services, Prodigy.
Oh gosh, yeah. So long ago, used to get so many of those tins in the mail. Really, 100 hours of online? Awesome.
I love getting all the free discs. Not the CD-ROMs, but the discs, because you can just use them. It's like,
yep.
There we go. And then, of course, the CD-ROMs were great for having for coasters.
I mean, where the internet started to where it is now, it's advanced. In some cases, good, because you can. Believe it or not, folks, I know. You better sit down. You better hold on to something. You can use the internet for research.
What?
Educational research. Yes. It's not all about TikTok videos or coming by a channel and seeing somebody act a fool.
Trying to... Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just looking around my room trying to think of what else I can come up with. But everything's in the... I don't even know all the stuff I have packed away still. Because this will be the first time in my life that I have the possibility to pull everything out. I have stuff that's been in boxes for so long, I'm not exactly sure what I'll find.
So you'll be like Indiana Jones, and you'll open up a box, and you'll see something with a bunch of dust on it. You'll blow it off, and you'll go, "Oh, I know what this is."
Because I've definitely thought of that, and it's like maybe I should do unboxings, and I'm not unboxing in the traditional manner, like we know what's gonna be in it. Like, oh, here's a box I need to unpack. Let's see what surprises are in this today.
Yeah, why not? I mean, you don't know what you might find, and just hearing your reaction to something alone might keep people, glued in, going, "What does he have? He hasn't shown us yet. Come on, Padawannabe, what is it?"
I
He's a
gotta
bum.
know. I gotta know. But yeah, I mean, other than that, I guess I gotta really kind of remember it's not just my channel I'm doing stuff on, because this year I've actually done a lot of co-hosting, because I've been with Appion on his channel 2-3 times a week, all through 2024. So that's definitely something I'm going to start doing. More stuff on the community page, promoting, and the shorts also. Like, I'm just going to really lean into everything. It's going to be a point here in the next few days when it's like, oh, he didn't have anything, and now there's going to be stuff like all the time. Because I'm
Yeah,
definitely going to use the shorts like commercials.
and one thing I enjoy about watching, the streams with you and Apion and Karla Burton is just, how excited you guys get on certain movies and certain TV shows. Your enthusiasm,
And that
it really
really
shows.
is, I recognize that comes from watching it with other people. Even if it's just one or two other people, you get such a different experience watching someone with someone that enjoys it also. You get more out of it. Like, I just heard this recently. If you watch a comedy at home, you will laugh and you'll have a good time. But when you see other people laughing at the same thing, it changes so much. And when you see 1,000 people laughing or everybody cheering, like my big thing is I would go to concerts, and just the amount of people loving the environment they're in. To see all the lighters turn on and to see all these people just in peace and harmony with what's going on, it's just so good. And that's kind of what I like to create. It's like, let's get people together and have a good time. And that's really what it is. You can do lots of stuff by yourself, but it's the interaction which is what makes conversations go. Or a question simply, can get you on a whole different train of thought. And that's all content. I want to have interaction with my chat. I want to have guests on. I want to keep continuing to be guests on shows like this one. I've been a member of your channel for a long time now. I enjoy what you do. Even though Baron's there every once in a while, it's still cool.
What? 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 Huh? What? What? I'm doing this wrong, though. I'm doing this
All
wrong.
right, all right. Hey, Baron, you're fine. Yeah.
You know what really grinds my gears?
He's the
I know.
greatest
I know.
host
Cash is
on the
in here.
greatest show, but you're fired.
Bad on the tag. I just got one thing to say to you.
What? What?
And I mean, because you started doing the collector streams a couple years ago now, and it's like that's always something fun to go on again, because we're pulling in a group of people that get to just talk about stuff we love and just have fun and be goofy, and that gets your juices flowing. It makes you think more. It makes you more creative having somebody with you.
It does, honey. That's honestly why it's gotta, be much easier for Apion to have you there with him, because he has someone to feed off of, and
Yeah, I don't think if he doesn't have a co-host, I don't think he starts his second channel, or if he even finds somebody. I'm not exactly sure what made him reach out to me, because it was a kind of similar thing. Like, I find you guys, you see me show up in the chats, and you see me keep talking, and
Yeah.
I never
And we
try
cringe.
to I never try to sideline too much. I try to talk and ask about what's happening, because that's the content. We don't want to distract. We want to keep the conversation going, and being on with Appion, that's just a lot of fun. Anytime that we can have extra people in there is just so great. And and with that going, I'm not sure exactly what Outlaw Bill was thinking when he asked me to start doing the games with him either. I just know I have a long-standing relationship with Outlaw Bill doing karaoke. We've been doing that for several years now. I'm sure everybody's here at least heard about it. But that's always something on Outlaw Bill's channel. We've been doing karaoke for a long time, and that's a lot of fun too. Again, just getting people together that all enjoy the same thing.
Yeah, outlaws. We don't deal with outlaws around here. In karaoke, yeah, we learned our lesson.
Well, you don't call him Jedi
Well,
Bill.
well, you know my solution for that karaoke issue we had last year. You know my solution, Baron.
Uh,
Padawannabe knows my solution too. But it's good to see Lady Mist. How are you doing tonight, Lady Mist?
Hi,
Lady Mist,
ladies.
the lovely Lady Mist. You're
I
right.
made her laugh
Well,
too. Sorry, it was at
we
Baron's
we
expense. But
we have the lovely Leia Rose. We have the lovely Lady Mist.
and
Mm-hmm.
You
Sherry
know,
pops in every once in a while.
hmm
Lovely Sherry.
Yep, she does.
Don't see her as much, but
No.
and shoot, these
Was it
ladies
something
too.
Padawannabe said?
I've been wanting to get. I'll maybe one day I'll try to get some of these ladies on something.
Whoa,
Even in the
Frazee.
crowd
Whoa, whoa, hold
on
on.
one of our watch parties along with us. How about that?
Okay, I am writing this down. Padawannabe said this on January 15th, 2025. Yeah,
We're
yeah.
behaving. He's not.
Sorry, I'm not
No, you're
on
not.
enough. But yeah, with Happy Eye and then the Outlaw Bill, and now we're doing the football games, and that's fun. That's just I used to do play-by-play for basketball in high school, so I know I have the verbiage to keep up, and it's just fun. Again, you can go to a bar and watch a game by yourself. It is nowhere near as fun as watching a game with your friends. Win or lose, even if the game is boring, you can at least still have fun.
Exactly, and sometimes when you're listening to either the radio broadcast or TV broadcast, it's putting you to sleep. So, with you and Outlaw Bill, for example, you guys put together your own commentary, and
And I'll
you know,
admit, we get off track sometimes.
The hell you say?
But yeah, like I can understand your perspective fully, Pacific. It's just nice to hear somebody else. Like when you see a bad play and you're like, oh, that was horrible. But when you hear other people in the bar blow up, you're like, yeah, I agree with you. That sucked. So it's just fun. It just brings so much more dynamic to everything.
well, remember when I used to do the box score here on the channel, and there were times where the Cubs were either a couple outs away from winning the ball game, or they had the chance to rally back. So I'd be like, and it's the bottom of the ninth. The bases are loaded with. You had at the time Kyle Schwarber on second. You had Anthony Rizzo at first, Chris Bryant at third, and you have Miguel Montero at the plate with 2 outs. A hit here will win the ball game. The first pitch, that's in their first strike.
And
Montero 1 for 4 in today's ball game.
And it's fun because you get to put your own comments in there.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of times you're just getting scores or, background just blabbering from the commentators. It's like,
Yeah,
talk about the game, guys.
yeah, and as a fan, you could see it and go, why the hell did he swing at that pitch? The first pitch
Yep.
that he saw, he swings at it, and
Yep.
now the ball game's over.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of that. Why does this guy do that route? Why'd he decide to do that? It's just there's so much that you catch. Having played the game a little bit, you know what to look for a little more than some people who don't. And I'm not saying I know a whole lot. I'm just saying, hey, if you look away from the screen for a second, we'll make sure you didn't miss it.
Or it's like when they go for a Hail Mary pass, it's like, wait, you're counting up that guy?
Yeah. Yeah, there's been a lot of times like I don't even know why they threw that ball. There's only one receiver down. You're triple covered. Why'd he throw that? So yeah, there's a lot of I actually like doing that stuff. And honestly, how many times do you get to work on your John Madden impersonation? I mean, boom! You see what we got here? If you can't block this man, he's gonna get a sack. And if your quarterback gets sacked, then there's no chance of him throwing the ball. You got to bring back. I love being able to bring back Maddenisms and some Berman. Bring back some old Berman and stuff like that. It's just good. And the names are so crazy these days. There's so much to talk about. Like we watched a game the other day. The guy's first name was Kool-Aid. An NFL player named Kool-Aid.
I'm trying not to laugh. I'm trying not to laugh.
I am.
And our favorite player, Penai Sewell. Spell the name. See what it says. But they've got great names.
If it was Rodney Dangerfield.
Whoa!
I can't believe they have penicillin on their team.
Whoa! And I thought I didn't get any respect. But yeah, I see the focus. It's like, okay, I see why you're an NFL player now. You've had that name your whole life. You're beating everybody up.
You're looking at the guy on the opposing team going, "You're mine."
Yeah. So and just a bit outside. Yeah, we use that all the time.
Yep.
All the time.
Just a bit outside.
Oh, and I love it when like the ball will bounce off somebody's helmet. And it's like, oh my God. Just it's so good. You can't get as much out of something when you watch it by yourself. So yeah, anytime I get invited to be in a group of something, I'll try and make it. It's just so much more fun. And these things have become a regular thing. They've been talking about doing basketball or hockey and some other stuff. It's like, I don't know if I can keep up with everything. There's so many sports. Even doing football, you end up doing it. We were doing Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday games. It's like, come on, slow it down a little, guys.
Wait a minute, Tree Rock. Talking about football, you don't think about the water boy, Bobby Boucher?
Oh, yeah, all the time.
Foosball's the devil's game.
Oh, it's always. Now, that guy got some high-quality H2O. Always with that. And you know why crocodiles are so ornery, don't you? Yeah, a lot of water boy, a lot of longest yard stuff. Hell, the Joe Dirt stuff gets thrown in. I mean, you don't get that kind of fun from normal commentators. They don't throw in references that we all know.
No, because it's all corporate.
Yeah, and they probably don't even know what we're talking about, to be honest with you. See, like, I'll see a running back start running down the field, and I'm like, try spinning. That's a good move.
This edition of Pacific414 Pop Talk is brought to you by Mini Soda. That's right. When you don't want a large soda, you just want a quick little pick-me-up, get a mini soda at your local grocery store today.
3-ounce Jolt now available.
Yeah.
Oh, Jolt Cola. Now you're talking.
What was Jolt? It was twice the sugar, all the what was that? All the sugar, twice the caffeine or something like that?
All the sugar, twice the caffeine. Yep.
What a motto. Come on.
Mm-hmm. I was the Jolt dealer in my school because it came out while I was going through high school, and I knew where I could get it, and I'd bring in 6-packs, and people would buy it from me. It's like, okay, here you go. So I was like, hey, I got some Jolt for you.
Baron was making deals. All right, I got Jolt Cola here. Who wants one? You want one? Okay, that'll be $20. $20 from that man right there.
Oh, and I just thought of this, but I think I did put something out when it happened, but a couple months ago, you get that YouTube. I go on and I have a notification from YouTube and it says, "Oh, congratulations, you are 100 subscribers now." And I said, that's great and all that, but as soon as I say something, it's gonna go down. and I think I might have put like I posted that I got the 100. You know, you can just share that screen. And it did. It dropped down to 95. I was at like 102 and it dropped down to 95, which I fully expected. I was like, I don't even have content. I can't believe there's no bots. There's no fake accounts or people that were on my Injustice 2 team several years ago could still be subscribed, and then they see me do, and they're like, that's not what I want. So I'm expecting something to change. But this morning I was back up to 98. So I'm really close again. So I think with the next time I hit the 100, I'll make an actual short thanking everybody.
Let's go ahead and take a look at that total real quick. Let me just bring up your channel and we can find out where it's at. And if you haven't subscribed to the Padawannabe, I've pinned his links to the top of the chat. So if you would like to subscribe to the Padawannabe, like you heard him say, do it! All right, so let's see what the Padawannabe has right now as far as his subscriber total is at this very moment on YouTube. All right, I'm grabbing the screen. I'm going to share the screen, you know, and don't worry, I'll maximize it. I know not everybody can see it. Going, yeah, Mike, that's a little small. You might want to enlarge that a little bit.
I'm back, baby!
Give him the applause, brother.
Yeah!
All right, fine, I'll do it. The soundboard guys is just asleep.
Sorry, I was having a hard time getting.
Getting the little bumps there at the end, that's not bad. Not bad for not doing nothing.
That's my
I
model.
wouldn't say that. I would not say that. You're on Apion's channel. You've been with Outlaw Bill. So people are getting to know you.
Yeah, and these last 2 months, it's really changed a lot. Because I was doing, and like I said, I was doing the restreams, but if I can do restreams without it affecting anything, I'll do those all the time. Because I'll just put it, you know, because it's content I'm involved in. So if I can help people get it out there, I don't have any problem doing that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like I've told you before, you know, any help you need or you just have a question, don't be afraid to hit me up in the DMs and ask me the question. I'll help you as best I can.
No, thank you for that. I've had a couple people reach out and they say that they can help me, and that's awesome. I don't know if I'll need it. I know I'll have questions eventually or just ideas and run it by people. But my first few thumbnails, I'm definitely going to throw up on some of the group chats and see if there's anything that I should do something a little different, or maybe somebody goes, oh, you should put the wording over here instead of here. Because I haven't looked through, there's so many tutorials now on how to set up a thumbnail and how to do your shorts and all this stuff. So I'm like, oh, I know people that have found out that information. So it's like talk to Mike, Pop Talk to Matt Gaming, you know, to GFG or JFG might help out. VacTube can help me out. There's just so many people that I can have questions for. It's just so nice that everybody's so cool with it.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I'm not afraid to say it. Steven has helped me out, you know, giving me some pointers as far as what I should do, you know, thumbnails. And, you know, of course, don't copy and paste everyone's work exactly. Make it your own.
Yep.
But, you know, make sure you have the lettering in a spot where people can see it, and, you know, your image, make sure it's clear. And
yeah, I did one. You might be able to see it down there. I did a couple thumbnails myself. I used a Canva.
I've used that. I've used that. So I did when we were doing the last Avatar we watch parties. I made my first
None of those. Oh, you know what? They might be his because that was his stream. I just made a thumbnail and then put it on my community page, so that was the difference.
All right,
Okay.
let me
See,
go
I
to the
need to
community page.
I need to figure that out too. There it is. So that was my first crack at it.
That's not bad. It's not
No,
bad
but
at all.
I
Not
d-
at all.
my biggest problem was trying to figure out what color to put the font in because every color I put it in just seemed like it washed out with all the colors on the palette there. I was like, oh, let's try yellow or blue or something. And it's like, you still see it. It just kind of disappeared. But black just looks so boring. But like I said, I didn't go deep on because everybody right away, they're like, oh, you should have used this font instead. And I'm like, I don't even know what they are. There's like 4 million fonts.
You should have used frisky dingo italicized dingbats. That's what you should have used.
Because I've even thought, like, for my name, I should probably probably find some Star Wars font for the Padawannabe. See if I can find something like that.
You can find them and download
No, they're out there.
onto your computer. Yeah.
Yeah, I just haven't, like I said, I haven't gone too much. And I'm actually kind of liking my phone because you can do a lot of manipulation with the pen. And it's like, oh, I can kind of draw stuff and get renditions of it. So it's kind of fun doing that. But I just have to see, like, how much I can edit. I know I can edit with my phone much more than I can edit a photo with my computer. Just because the computer's 8 years old, the phone's brand new. So in the phone, they come with stuff that's always on there. Like, I think Photoshop's pretty common on phones now. Or some version of it.
So something like Photoshop. I mean, you mentioned using Canva. I've used them. I've also, just taken a picture and used it as a thumbnail. But DJ Ronnie G has told me about a few tools I could use when making thumbnails. Of course, we mentioned them before, but Fat Steven, also known as JFG, has told me and others what resources he uses when he makes a thumbnail when he's done them live on stream.
And Steve has been so awesome. I've seen he's done work for. I've seen some of the banners and stuff he's created for people and stuff. And he just does. That guy went in hardcore. I remember when he started, and he's like, I don't know what I'm doing yet, and he just go. And that guy just went so hardcore on the content right away. Just gaming. I mean, so much gaming.
Yeah, and DJ Ronnie G is using Photoshop, the Creative Suite version of it, and that works too. You just have to find the program that fits your budget. Okay, he's back, but you have to find a program that fits your budget. If you can find a free one that is reputable, try that. I mean, some people, they've used Microsoft Paint to create some of their thumbnails.
Oh, here, DJ Ronnie. I have the new Samsung phone with the pen. Because he's giving me a bunch of stuff. It's like, oh, I bet I could download all that stuff. But it's like, I'm wondering what my phone has on it. It just makes me wonder. Because I'd hate to dip into something when I can already do it. You know what I mean? Might as well use the tools that I'm given and learn how to use those really good and then move on to something else if I'm finding I'm limited. But I honestly, I don't think I'm going to be. Thumbnails seem pretty simple. Put some pictures in there, put some words in there. But see, like, you got kind of a Star Wars-y font there.
Yeah, it's something I had to look for, and then I had to think, okay, how do I want the Padawannabe's font and the thumbnail to look as opposed to everyone else's? Because everyone who's a guest on Pop Talk, I always try to make their thumbnail its own. I don't try to, keep using the same template over and over again for every guest. I want each thumbnail to be its own, special, to show that this person's time is valuable, that I'm not just going to copy and paste what I did the last time for a
I
thumbnail.
liked it. I saw the thumbnail and I was like, man, I wish I had a better picture. But that was before I had really, like, I started using Grok on Twitter, and that has given me so many more just avatar shots. And I started doing some thumbnails on that. And it's like, God, that thing's coming up with some great stuff. And it's such an easy tool to work with.
Yeah, let me go ahead and bring it up. I'm going to bring up the actual file. But just give me a second to bring up the file. But when I was playing Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, a game that you and I have talked about back and forth, and you're really enjoying it, and you came by and supported the streams that I was doing, playing it. But this thumbnail right here that I'm about to bring up, let me first get rid of the menu I was sharing before, and I will bring up the new one here in just a moment. All right. So got that out of there. Now let me share what I intend to share. But when I made this thumbnail here that I'm bringing up,
Oh, yeah.
that image right here, I used Grok. I said, make my avatar in the style of Indiana Jones. That's why it has the fedora on it. So I took that, I cleaned it up a little bit using various programs like an HD program that DJ told me about, went into Photoshop, cleaned it up a little bit more. And then I found the Indiana Jones font, worked on it. I didn't like the way it looked, so I found this online site that you can actually generate fonts, and so I used that. And I was looking for a background when I said, I could take part of the background that's actually in the game's cover, and I'll just zoom in and then try to get the shading and lighting exactly how I want it. It took a while, but this was the end result.
I like that one too. I thought that one looked so good. I was like, oh, you getting? Because I was like, is that? At first, I was like, is he making his avatar look like Indiana Jones? But that's kind of what I did with my little guy on my profile picture right now. I was like, give me Grogu in the Indiana Jones hat. And I got the little fedora on there.
And again, it was using pointers that Steven was giving me. And, really taking it to heart, saying, okay, well, I don't like how this looks right now, but I need to keep working on it. So there were times after I would end the stream, I would spend a few minutes working on it to try to get it to look right.
And my biggest thing now is I've been trying to get my phone and my computer more connected so that I can... So if I do work on my phone, I can get it on my computer. Because a lot of times I'll try to send it and I lose it on my computer. I don't know where it sends it to, if it even does. It says it does, but you never really know. So there's been a few times when it just doesn't work out for me.
The thing that I'm trying to say, and just letting you know, is there are tools available out there to make a thumbnail. Use them at your disposal.
Yeah. And then my thought with the Lego builds, that was a big thing. I was like, I don't know if I want to show the build on the thumbnail necessarily. Because a lot of them, like this first one, I'm doing 3 different builds. So I would hate to show the final product of an unknown thing. You know what I mean? So it's like, do I want to show? What do I want to show? And what don't I want to show? And
you could always tease your audience by just showing the box if it's coming out of the box.
Oh, I do. I have some boxes. I have a lot of instructions. So I was thinking of just showing the instruction booklets because that's kind of a cool thing for collectors to have these days. Like you have the old games, and do you still have the instruction manual? So I thought that those would be kind of cool. Anything that I have from the original products, I would like to try and make it into the thumbnails, whether it be a box or instructions or whatever it is. Or like if I'm doing the what's in this box today, like just a picture of a trunk,
Mm-hmm.
So, because those will definitely be some things. But yeah, these are all good. And I know I really want to get sharp on my hashtag game. Because from what I understand, that's really how people can search terms and find you. Like in the descriptions.
Yeah, that is a way.
So I'll need like Lego build, Star Wars build. I'll put all this stuff in there. Hashtag the number, hashtag the ship. I'll just everything.
But I have also noticed that there are videos where I don't put any hashtags in. And for whatever reason, I don't know if it's because of the title, the description, sometimes it's a combination of both. That seems to grab the algorithm's attention.
Yeah. See, with my title, I'm just not sure because it's like me build, we build, and it's so vague. But I'm doing that on purpose because I want to have a title that I can change with my content.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
And the hashtags, I just think if my title's me build, we build, then I should put something Lego in there. Or maybe put a logo on the, these are all things I'll have to figure out as I'm doing it. Like, do I want to put the logo on the thumbnail too? Do I think that'll help, or does it not matter? I think that'll all kind of work its way in and out of everything.
See, and even Tree Rock is saying hashtags yes and no depends on the algorithm.
Yeah.
It really does. Because, as I've said, some videos I have hashtags in them. Other videos that don't have hashtags in them. For some reason, whether it's the title and the description or just the title alone, that grabs the algorithm's attention. Sometimes it's your thumbnail that'll get the algorithm's attention.
Yep. Yeah. So, like we've been saying, use all the tools. I'll just try and use everything that I can, and I'm going off the idea it will all become easier and more familiar the more I do it. Like anything.
The more you make a thumbnail, the more you'll be able to develop your style. The one piece of advice I can give you, and I will give you, is don't let YouTube frustrate you if for some reason one video doesn't hit it off like the last video did.
And that's the thing I think I have going for me is I have enough content that YouTube goals could be reached. Like I could get other things down the road. Am I expecting any of them? No, not at all. If I get things later, that will increase my content. If I'm able to monetize at some point, that'll just give me more ways to make more stuff or get more stuff for content. But I'm not counting on it. It really is just, I have a bunch of stuff that I want to share. Because I've even thought to myself, it's like at some point you run out of stuff.
But you do, or you may think, do I want to show this particular set now, or do I want to hold off and show something else?
Yeah, that my first probably half dozen ones will be probably more creative than some of them I just plan on doing normal. You'll use only 3. Okay. See, I wouldn't have known that at all.
Yep. Make sure you just use 3, because if you use any more than that, then it won't pick up the video for some reason.
Okay.
And here's another thing that I've noticed, especially in recent years, especially this last year. There are some videos where they don't put any tags in their videos. It's just title alone. that grabs people's attention, the algorithm's attention,
Okay.
and kicks it off. So you don't necessarily have to put tags in each and every video. If you want to put tags, that's fine.
So I was just thinking for
That'll
searching purposes, but
Yeah,
if
yeah,
you don't
yeah.
need them, then you don't need them necessarily.
Again, it's a case by case basis, channel by channel basis.
Because yeah, this first one I'm very not sure. Like, should I even put the real name on the thumbnail, or is that gonna not be good? When should I say the actual name, or is that never gonna be good? You know, with my first one, I'm kind of jumping into it just because of the name of the particular ship. So I'm a little worried about it, but I'm just not sure.
I think in the case of Slave One, I think what you should do, especially with the way YouTube changes things, is
Yeah.
you should just have an image of Slave One as your
So
thumbnail.
I'll hold up I'll take a picture of the instruction booklet then.
Yeah.
Because the instruction book's got a good. Because I wanted to get the number on there also, and that's got the item number on there.
Mm-hmm.
Because those with the Lego, the item numbers are a little important. If I just say it like I'm building Slave One, somebody's be like, which one? There's only 12. You know. So it's like, nope, I'm gonna build this one. And yeah, there's only, I think of all the Lego sets I only have a handful that don't have their instructions. And those are easy to download. With the Zoids, I have all my instructions except one. And I'm hoping I still have it somewhere because it's one of my biggest pieces. And it's like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that, if look them up or not. And then when you look it up, is it right? You're hoping it's the right instructions. Like they could be missing a step somewhere or whatever. So those are all things that I'm like, I hope I don't run into too much.
Yeah, you're hoping you didn't grab the wrong instruction booklet for what set you're going to build. It's like you're going to build Slave One, for instance, and you grab the instruction booklet for, say,
Millennium Falcon.
the Falcon or an ATST or.
And there's several things like that. Like the first one, it's going to be the same ship, 3 different builds. I have an idea later. I have Luke's X-Wing, a new one, but I have so many old parts. It's like, I want to build like a battle damaged X-Wing. You know, like back in the day when you got the X-Wing toy and they gave you the stickers and you could put a little blaster hole damage on there. And I'm like, that would be cool because whole panels would look like they got replaced. Because I've got some time-stained Legos and Legos with bite teeth marks in them and stuff. They didn't have tools to take them apart back then.
No, we did. They were called teeth.
And a butter knife. I mean, that's what we use. That's what I use. Yeah. You know, that's how we made our immune system strong. You just put those Legos in your mouth? Yes, I did. So, but that one, like, I'm gonna do 3 build, and then the X-Wing will be like a couple builds, and then there's a lot of other stuff. Like I have the ATST. I have an old one where it's the one from Endor where Chewbacca's sticking out, but it's little. That one's only like 5 inches. But then I have a larger version of a newer one. It's a little bit different, but then I have the new one that got released during the Mandalorian show, which is all black and red. So I was like, those 3 different versions would be cool to build in the same stream too. Because they're like all completely different versions of the same vehicle. So things like that are things that I know other stations aren't doing.
Even if you didn't do it all in one stream, say you broke it apart, you build one in one stream, one in another stream, and then you have a final stream where you build the last one, and then you put that last one side by side with the other ones.
With the other ones, yeah. It'll really come to like my streaming time. Because at first I'll have to limit, if I do one a week, I'm limited to about 5 hours. So if I can get them under 3 hours a piece, then I'm in good shape. But I know that a bigger set, like I have an ultimate collector set of the Batmobile, it's things like 18 inches long, so that's not going to be done in one build. Might not even be done in 2 builds. You know, there's just some sets that are so big, I know I won't be able to do in one sitting.
No, and another thing that's good if you go around and watch channels where they're putting model kits together, they don't do it all at once. You know, they have a series of videos related to that model where they show the progress as it's being built.
And all that too. I like the idea of the live stream the best because you get the immediate interaction. But I'm not opposed of making a video and then premiering it and watching it and being in the chat so I can talk to people. I just would rather do live stuff if I can. But if, like I said, if what I do starts doing well, the idea of a second stream a week is a possibility, or an extra 1 or 2 a month. You know, any of those things. It really is just going to come down to if I'm getting any kind of feedback on it, that'll make me do more. You know what I mean? So
And make sure if you're a part of the Discord, and especially since you have an X account, that you use that X account to promote the
yes.
new video.
Yeah, I'm on X, I'm on YouTube, I'm on Twitter, or I'm on Twitch and Discord. I have all that stuff. I have Rumble and Kick too, but I'm not doing those. I'm just on those to support other people. But yeah, so I've got 3 or 4 things that I'm going to constantly be pushing basically my advertisements on, you know.
And that's what you want to do. You want to get your channel out there, especially if your channel, you know, being brand new as far as you're concerned. It's clean slate as far as you're concerned with this content that you have coming out. So you want to be able to get it out there to as many eyes as possible. And who knows, you may, you know, end up by the end of say the end of the year. You really, you know, are just grinding, and you know things are picking up, and you look at your subscriber count one day. Not that it's all about a subscriber count. It's not. It's about building up the community. It's about building up a relationship with your audience. But say you look at your subscriber count one day because you're not keeping track of it, and you go, huh, I went from 100 subscribers to 600 subscribers. You never know. You never know.
Yeah, I mean, Mike has to tell me how many Mike and Cash both have to tell me how many subscribers I have. I'm up to 202, I think, right now.
So that's good. I didn't know. Last time I happened to look, it was 98. And I was like, oh, I'm getting close again. Now I'm at 100. But I'm not getting the notifications like you just got another subscriber and stuff like that. So I don't know if I have them turned off.
He's the Padawannabe that could.
I just don't know.
You know that's
He can
weird
do it.
aspect of YouTube as well. Sometimes you'll get the notifications that say Tree Rock Creations just subscribe to your channel. And sometimes you can check your Gmail, because that'll tell you
right. The emails, yeah.
if someone subscribed to your channel or if they've commented on a video. If you're not even paying attention to your YouTube channel at the moment, it's like, oh, wait a minute, somebody commented.
Yeah, that stuff I'll have to get familiar with what to check, my routine, you know, things like that. Because I do forget about it. It's like email is just so out of the realm when I think of YouTube, you know. It shouldn't be, but it kind of is.
Well, that would work too, Tree Rock. I look at it this way, you know, YouTube has expanded the length of YouTube Shorts. And you could use YouTube Shorts as a way of showcasing your Lego collection, your builds, and, you know, you could use it to help talk about your channel.
Well, the shorts, I've heard people talking about them kind of since they came out, and a lot of people not sure exactly how to utilize them. but there is a comedian that I've been following for a few years now, and he kind of went into it that same way. He was told what shorts are for, what most people use them for, and he just went, well, you know what? I'm just going to use shorts as promotion for everything. So he literally, it's like his shorts are commercials for his content. And I'm like, I love that idea. That's what it should be. A little
Yeah.
teaser to something you're getting ready to do or something you just did. And it's like, that makes complete sense to me, and it just, and it fits in with what you want to do. You want to promote something, so make those be more or less commercials. Like, hey, thanks for tuning in. Guess what I'm doing this week?
Yeah, that is a good idea, and you've seen how I've used shorts in the past where I go see a movie, I come out of that movie, and I give you my quick thoughts and review of the movie. And the whole reason why I started doing that is because I used to do long term, long form videos. And some would get views, some wouldn't. So I was thinking, well, how can I do a movie review or reaction to a movie, but make it at a length where it's bearable and maybe more people will want to watch it because I'm not dragging it on for 30, 45 minutes or more. So
That
I just decided,
right.
okay, I'll do shorts. See how that works.
And that was also something that I was thinking of too, like with the gaming and stuff like that. Like, what other, if I do get a chance to have more content, what would it be? Because I don't want to, if I'm going to add more content, I'd like it to be other stuff. Like, keep what I have going on a normal schedule. And then if I'm getting popular in other areas, maybe add more to it. And, in the truest sense, like, don't shuffle things around, just add to what you already have, pile on, don't shuffle around. And it's because it could be the idea, because like I have an Xbox and my family streams, like the streaming networks. So I thought, well, I have Game Pass and we have Netflix. We have other things too, but wouldn't that be content too? Hey, what's on this server that is interesting to me this month? Like play those games on Xbox Game Pass, because a lot of people have Xbox Game Pass. Or if they don't, like, and that's a big thing about when we do the watch parties, it's like, hey, if you don't have this stuff, please come join us. We're giving you a way to see it. And that's kind of something I promote with the football right now, because not everybody can watch football if it's not on network. So it's like, hey, if you have this, watch it with us. If you don't, here's the link. We'll provide it for you. Come and hang out with us.
Yeah, that's what makes a service like Cosme so great.
Yeah, the Cosme's really big help.
Bill Cosby?
Because you
No one
can't
even
show,
responded to that one. I like that.
Nope.
you can't show any of the game on YouTube. If you do that, you get a copyright strike.
How dare you promote our product?
I know. To people, like I said, hey, if you don't have it, if you don't have this channel, please use us. Come and use us.
Yeah, yeah. We're using our feed to have this watch party using Cosme, so that anyone who wants to see what's going on in this game as we're commentating on it can actually go into the Cosme and watch. I mean, that's honestly what's been so great about the watch parties, especially since I've started using Cosme a lot more than I did before, is to be able to, have a movie, show that movie, and anyone who wants to come in, make sure that I have the link provided to Cosme so they can come in and watch said movie, and then, hear the commentary or even add their own comments about the movie in the chat. If they wanted to join us on the panel, I've always said this, you're more than welcome to join us on the panel. as we're doing the watch party to give your take on the movie.
Yep. Just don't be interruptive. We're watching a game or we're watching a movie. Let's keep it kind of centralized there.
Yeah, if you're watching a football game, baseball game, basketball game, hockey, whatever it is, focus on the game itself. Don't try to deviate from you know the topic that is the game.
Yeah, we get it. I get. Gosh, I keep thinking more and more. I'm involved with more than I think I am, and that's good. And that starts making me think I need to start. I'm gonna have to really think about all this stuff, like the friends of the channel and what playlists I want and what content. Now that's something I can ask now too. Since I've been on so many other people's channels, is there a problem using that content in my own playlists?
No, if you want to have a playlist where you've been a guest or a co-host on these different channels, you can.
Yeah, I do
What
it all
you
the
would
time.
have to do is you have to go to the channel that you were on, to that video, and then you click save, and then you can create a playlist. And you can have a playlist of all your appearances on all these different channels. I started doing it. I was told to do it earlier. Well, I dragged my feet about it. It's like, I don't know. How many people would actually care where I've been on stream? That's how I viewed it. But then I decided, just give it a shot, and this way people will know that you're not a one-trick pony. You've been other places talking about other topics, and
Yeah, I just didn't know if they look at that as like rebroadcasting somebody, or
No.
I just didn't want it to create any problems, or if I needed to put extra descriptions like this is from this channel and I have permission for it to be
It
here.
has all the information on. Now, if you took something from the other channel and you posted it on your channel, that's
so
a
the
different
posting,
thing.
that's okay.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
the
Right.
difference. Okay.
But
So
if
don't.
you're just the linking is just fine because
Yeah,
it still has all their information.
if you're just doing the linking of where you've been, that's fine. But if you're actually taking their content and re-uploading it, that's reused content.
Okay, that's what I was saying, because it'd really be because like that Pops where we started the Padawannabe challenge, I was only in like the last 10 minutes of that. It was an unexpected panel invite because it was just like, hey, I have this. You want to try this? He was on stream and he was able to get back to me. He's like, yeah, let's do this. He's like, hang out and I'll invite you in near the end of the stream. And I was like, good, that's fine. But that's like where most people met me first. And even like, because gosh, it must be like a year ago now, because a lot of people know Ryan Roger Athay, and that was one of his early
Who?
points of advice for me was you need to get some playlists going, because he saw me on several other places, and he's like, hey, you need to let people know what you're on. And I was like,
Who's that?
that's a good idea.
Ryan
You
Roger
know who
Athay.
Ryan Roger Athay is.
I
You know, smart aleck. But Tree Rock's right here.
Yeah, and I've been seeing a lot of him lately too. He popped in the games this weekend.
Yeah, he says, I don't talk about this on X, but I'll mention it here. If you share your YouTube content on X, it's advertising. Yes, but don't expect most people to leave X to like or comment your YouTube video. Exactly. You can't expect people that are subscribed to your YouTube channel, Twitch channel, Kick channel, Rumble channel, or even following you on X to all of a sudden say, oh yeah, I'm going to go watch them here, subscribe to them here. No, some people will, but other people, no. They're happy and content watching you on one place, and that's perfectly fine.
And
Yeah.
some places are easier than others. Like you and some other people, you'll stream on YouTube, you'll stream on Rumble, or you stream on something else. And it's like, oh, go to watch it on another one. And it's like, oh, you can't rewind the show and stuff on all the different media content. You know what I mean?
No,
So it's like,
Even with Rumble, you can't always rewind it back to the beginning right away.
Or even pause it or do it's just YouTube is the for me is the easiest place to watch people. But if they're not available on something, yeah, I'll do that. And what he was saying about that about the if I'm posting on that, and that was more my thing to use X as a tool. Use it as another advertisement for my YouTube. And
Yeah.
not post my content on there, but it's gonna tease my content. So it's like gonna give you just enough to where you can go, oh, I might want to watch that. So unfortunately, you will have to come to the other one to watch it, but I'm not gonna not use something just because I am thinking I don't want to use it. You know, it just use everything at your disposal.
But
It's the
Elon is
smartest thing.
evil.
Yeah.
He's evil. He's a James Bond villain who shoots things into space.
All this stuff is just so ridiculous. I can't believe how crazy people are getting over stuff that we didn't used to care about. And
I don't
to
care
be
about
honest,
anything.
I don't really care about it now.
Yep.
I mean, I care enough to know, but I don't want to hear all the rhetoric from people, man.
No, I don't blame you there.
Yeah, like me, especially Cash.
Like it's funny with all the stuff now, and I hear they're like, "Well, what's President elect doing?" And I'm like, "President elect? Nobody's been saying what's the president been doing the last 2 months." You know, so it's like they're just totally content. They're like, "We're gonna wait so we can put all of it on this next person." But that's the game, man. That's the game. Granted, this year was kind of weird because the one guy, we're going all in, and then you pull him out. That just is so goofy. But you know, we roll. I can't say this is stuff that was surprising to me. It's like, okay, now we've seen that. What else? You know, this was definitely a different voting year than I've ever seen. You know, and
Nobody,
it's just so crazy.
nobody in the history of our
Crazy.
country had seen what we saw this past year, where you had one candidate, he does a presidential debate, and then shortly after that debate, he drops out. Someone else replaces him.
Hey, you know what? And by the way, and another thing. Sorry.
Yeah, no. But nobody had ever seen that before.
That's so crazy. And just how it was like everything stopped. It was like, oh, this happened. So what are you going to do now? Nothing. We're just going to coast until the election. And, you know, it's just so weird. So weird. They just changed gears so fast. And it was so funny to see the switch on television. Like all these news companies are pulling all this data from last week, and it's like, oh, I guess that's not what we're doing now.
Well, I mean, you talk about the media and the
nuts.
switch. You know, at first they're all for the guy who's running for president, and then he drops out, and you hear some people say things, and then of course they're praising the new candidate. Meanwhile, you know, everybody's looking over and saying, well, what about the guy who's running on the other side, who's still in this race, and people are saying things about him, whether it's true or not, and you know that happens on both sides.
Yeah.
Just seems like we're talking about Saturday Night Live over the years. Well, this was good. I liked it more. Okay, you can like it more. I liked 10 years ago.
Honestly, I'll be honest. When it comes to Saturday Night Live, I liked it in the '90s and early 2000s.
Oh yeah, well, I mean honestly, that Sandler cast and the Carvey cast before Sandler, that's our era. That's the big era after Eddie Murphy and all that stuff in the early time. And then we've got there's a few people now that are names, but it's just so different. Like they do the Saturday Night Live intro, and you get your cast members, and then you get twice as many features. And it's like features used to be 2 or 3 people, not a dozen. You know, so it's just so different now. But that I got to give it to them, man. They've been doing that thing for 50 years, and they are planning to keep going. And as far as I'm concerned, do it as long as you can. They're not going to make another show like this.
Exactly.
They're
And
just
yeah,
not.
it was good SNL. You wanted to stay up till 11:35 at night because that's usually when I got to see it after my local news went off the air.
And
But
it was
you
always the
wanted to-
one you miss that everybody talks about. You're like, I fell asleep early.
But you wanted to stay up and watch it. Now, if you had to be at work early in the next morning, it's like, well, I'll record it.
Yep.
I want to watch it.
It was a special thing, to, especially as a kid, to stay up late and watch Saturday Night Live sometimes.
Well, we were seeing the stuff our parents weren't seeing. Like at that time, they're starting to go to bed earlier. We're getting ready to go into high school or in high school. That's our late hours, man. That's when
I'm
you first start
Hans.
realizing-
He's Franz. And we want to pump you up.
Listen to me now. Remember next week. Those guys, you got to get your pumpitude. Look at the little girly man, flabulence.
Or
you're so cute.
Mike Myers as Linda Richmond. Coffee talk. I'll give you a topic.
Dana Carvey is so thankful to Mike Myers for letting him be in the Wayne's World skits, and it's like, dude, if Dana Carvey's not in Wayne's World, it's not the same at all.
No.
You have to have that sidekick. So good.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Baron. You know who I
What?
haven't seen tonight?
I'm not even
In
going
the
to say his
chat?
name. Not
Could
saying
it be Satan?
a good old church lady.
Oh, aren't you having fun there in your little romper? Slut!
Well, that's just it. We don't have.
We got a couple little sinners over here. And let's not forget Dana Carvey doing his George Bush. Barbara. I love Barbara. We are gonna stop. We're gonna stop Saddam.
That's so good. He's so good at that. Oh my god, he's
Oh.
so good.
Well, and the last night that Bush was in the White House, before the inaugural, they invited Dana Carvey to sleep in the Lincoln White House, the Lincoln Room at the White House, and he was joking. He was right there next to George and Barbara, and he's going, "Yeah, I was so tempted to pick up the phone and go, yeah, this is the president. I'm thinking about going out jogging, naked."
Oh, and it's funny.
Well, what about Janet Reno's dance party?
Oh God.
Well, you didn't like it? I found it funny.
No,
That
I'm just going, oh God. I mean, just chuckling. Oh God. Well, it's better than the dancing Eagles. Let's just put it that way.
But the best was the sprockets. Now's the time on sprockets when we dance.
You want to touch my monkey?
You want to touch my monkey? Touch it! Snell! Touch it!
Well-
Snell!
That's just too close to what some of those German.
What
shows
about
say.
Baron drinking coffee?
Oh my god.
Making
that's so funny.
cappies?
Yeah, Mike,
Caparolos.
the Mikester. Michael Ding Dong making copies. That's
Doing
the
live
best, dude.
streams.
Oh, no one likes the Sandster.
Yeah, right. He's jamming on Marvel Rivals, but he's leaving a like. Thank you, Ron. Thank you, brother.
Awesome.
Where's the Casha Rolo? Swimming in his money bin. Money Rolo swimming around.
Oh, that's awesome. God, they were so good. They were so funny. And I listened to David Spade and Dana Carvey's podcast, and they're doing the 50th this year. So Dana's been going back doing Biden, and they had the show where Kamala was on. So like the Secret Service is there. And he's like, it was weird. He's like, I come out of the dressing room and I just got all my Biden makeup on, and there's all these Secret Servicemen in the hallway. He's like, so I just go down, I just salute them as I'm walking down the hallway. He's like, I don't know what to do.
That's kind of funny. Neither does Biden.
And let me tell you what, and another thing.
Remember, you gotta creepily speak into the mic.
Oh man. But
Then
yeah,
start screaming.
All those guys that got to do the presidential things, they liked being asked to do the presidential stuff because then they're like that's a character for me. It keeps coming back. I don't have to write material. It all gets done for me. They just have you go in and read off the prompter, and it's like, God, that's so awesome. There's so many people too that got to do those.
You know, let's not forget
Yep.
before Daryl Hammond,
Yep.
it was Phil Hartman doing the Bill Clinton impression.
Yep.
So many people.
And yeah, it's Frank Sinatra. I got you under my skin. But you know who's not under our skin? I want to thank winner 604 for following the Rumble channel. Thank you very much.
You're awesome, dude.
Thank you very much.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Fire bad. And of course, who can forget, you know, Phil Hartman. Hi, I'm Troy McClure. You may have seen me in such movies as Pop Talk Sucks and
Cash
What the hell's
money.
Bear
Proper
doing?
ways to dive into money.
yeah, that's right. I bashed my own show for the skit.
Well, yeah, I mean, geez, I do it.
Well, yeah, you do it all the time.
Yep. Someone's gotta.
But yeah, I mean, even John Lovitz, it stinks. I mean, yeah, that's what he's known for as far as Jay Sherman
Yep.
on The Critic. And,
Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. Fucking John Lovitz, dude. That guy.
yeah,
He's so bad. Look who I'm here with. Jealous? He's so bad. Oh my God. The comedians love John Lovitz. He's just so funny. That guy's been around. All them been around so long.
I have no idea who is even on SNL now. Let's just put it that way.
Besides the Ghostbusters girls.
Are they all on there? No, they're not all in there.
Well, Melissa McCarthy wasn't on there, but she reoccurred a lot.
3 out of the 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. Melissa McCarthy would come in and do skits, but not be the host. So she started becoming kind of a regular.
Like John Goodman with the Chicago bit.
Yeah.
The Bears.
Yeah, and even Jim Carrey there for a little bit. He like didn't host, but he'd be on. He was on like every week for a couple months, just doing president stuff and all that stuff that they were doing before. So I mean, there's a lot of people. And then now that they're doing the 50th this whole year, they're asking everybody back. I mean, everybody.
Well, yeah. Well, they need to do something.
I mean, they had Dana Carvey come back and do church chat, and he's like, I haven't done church lady in a decade. Because he talks about, he's like, I can't get as high as I used to.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny though. But he's like, once I got up there on stage, he's like, everything started to come back a little bit. But that was one of the few characters Carvey said he had before coming to Saturday Night Live. Was that church chat or that church lady. But he never had a costume for her.
Yeah, and I do want to say hello to the long-suffering Miss Tag. Good to see you.
Oh.
But you know,
Watch,
yes,
I've never behaved.
she's here, seeing if you're misbehaving, which you know,
Oh,
even
she
she
knows.
knows it's you know pretty good at this point. But you know, even for Dana Carvey's audition, you know, he would do a sketch. You know, there once was a lady downtown.
Oh,
She
the broccoli.
bought some broccoli.
I've heard
She
so
was a
many people
lady.
ask about him.
I didn't know.
She went downtown, bought some broccoli. She went back home. She chopping broccoli. She chop. That's one of the best skits ever. And yeah, he didn't know what he was doing with that. He said he had like the first 2 lines, and then after that, he didn't know what to do. So he's just ad-libbing that whole time. It's so funny, dude. They are
But
just so good.
that's what was so great about Saturday Night Live back in the day. They did ad lib.
They had to.
And it's I can't believe that all of them, even Will Ferrell. I saw an interview with him the other day. How his interview was him acting like a cat playing with yarn. He's like, you got to understand, I was on the floor. Nobody's laughing. It's empty. They're just looking at me. He's like, and 2 minutes into it, I'm going, what the fuck am I doing on the floor like an idiot? And he gets the part like immediately, you know. They just, all of them, they're like, I come up with the most ridiculous stuff, and that's what happens to hit. You know, you just never know.
Well, just like as it was brought up before, in Janet Reno's dance party, that became a hit sketch.
And even
Even on the last day of the Clinton administration, she came on. Janet Reno came on.
that's so funny.
Well,
Yeah,
because it was inoffensive. It was poking
Yeah.
fun, but inoffensive.
Yeah,
Even Dana Carvey's George W. Bush was inoffensive. Most of it until just these last 5 or so years, 8 years, they were pretty much inoffensive. Now they went into full insult mode. That's not what Saturday Night Live was about.
And I mean, Maya Rudolph is a better Kamala than Kamala. Like, she's way cooler.
Isn't that scary?
She's
That the
way
person
cooler.
who's impersonating the real person is actually better at being that person.
I loved all the stuff they came up with. And we're going to help the Joe Biden. Joe Biden. All this stuff is just ridiculous. Oh, my God.
I still remember the story, though. Obama was all pissed off because of the guy who was impersonating him on Saturday Night Live. And one of his big complaints was he thought they were making fun of his ears. And the guy who was playing, I don't know the guy's name, but he went forward and says, "These are my ears."
I'm not taping them back.
I'm not. Yeah, these are my ears. You know, it's like, hey, you know, you're not the only one with ears like this, type of thing. So
That's funny. But that is totally what they'd be like, you did that on purpose. And it's like, no, I just look goofier than you do. Oh, was that not Keenan, it's the guy that looks like him though. God darn. It was who was that? He's right there, darn it. Oh, and that guy too. God, there's a few different people that they had play Obama.
yeah,
They had that
there's
guy
a
from
couple.
Portlandia playing, or not Portlandia. God darn it, what is that guy? And then they had Jay Farrow as Obama. Jay Farrow as Obama would be too cool. That's like, and I mean, I love Obama on SNL, but we all have to admit that the angry Obama that Key and Peele did, that's got to be the best thing that Obama ever had done about him. That, oh man, that's the funniest thing ever. Comedy needs to come back. I think it's starting to.
Yeah, it is. It is. And despite what anybody says about the guy who was at the RNC convention, that was proof of it. All they could do was complain about one thing, they said, and it was about the Puerto Ricans. And the Puerto Ricans were all rolling and laughing. They knew what it was.
Oh.
He was trying to be like Don Rickles. He wasn't as good as Don Rickles, but he didn't have that, the charm and the twinkle in the eyes. But the insult comic was coming back, and basically nobody is safe, and that's exactly what that sketch was.
Yeah,
Nobody was safe, and that's what we need more of.
Tony.
Nobody's safe. If you can't laugh at yourself, then bugger off. Don't bitch and moan. You're only proving the point of the people doing that.
And if anybody knows Tony Hinchcliffe, that is not the place to put Tony Hinchcliffe.
Yeah.
Tony Hinchcliffe is a roast comic.
Right.
in the idea of Dave Attell and Jeff Ross. I mean,
Right.
they go hard. They go hard, and that's what they do. And if anybody saw the Tom Brady roast, Tony Hinchcliffe destroyed in his bit. He was so funny, and it's exactly the same comedy he brought to that presidential speech.
Right.
You know, and for them to get mad about it, it's like, that just shows where you guys are and where we are.
Right.
We all laugh. You guys get uptight. You guys getting uptight caused the problem, not the joke.
Right. Well, you know, I've heard the racial epithets that's usually directed to white people. I laugh. I think it's funny. I'm not insulted. I mean, when you have the guy who's walking around with the shirt that looks like the Washington Redskins and it says the Caucasians, I want one of those.
Whitey! God, so good. We've got to bring it back.
I want one of those Caucasian shirts. I mean, honestly. I mean, if you can't, again, it comes down to that factor. If you can't laugh at yourself, then what the hell are you doing in this world? My favorite target is me.
And if a white man can laugh at himself, what's that mean?
Well, yeah, you know, anybody could. I mean, there was a time when we could all laugh at each other.
Oh,
and
gosh.
even throw hardcore names at each other and still laugh our asses off because we knew it was busting chops. And we don't see the problems I have with the roasts nowadays is you have a bunch of people who don't know who the guy is being roasted, right? So they're just going out there and just throwing these things out left and right. And they can be it's like, who the hell are you to make a joke like that because you don't know me type of thing. The old roasts, though, they all knew each other. Yes. And I tell you, what they didn't show on national TV was raw and hard. I mean, someone did have those, the whole thing, uncensored, uncut. And, you know, they're going after Uncle Milty for stealing things. They're going after Sammy Davis Jr. for being a one-eyed black Jew. They were going after, Sinatra and being in the mob. They were going after Orson Welles and being big. I mean, these were some of the things that some of these people, if it was anybody else, they would not take it.
Yeah, I'd say the only thing different with new roasts compared with the old roasts is the new ones, they'll roast the panel too.
Yeah.
And that's part of the show.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They roasted each other in the panel, too. I mean, just because the guy was being roasted didn't necessarily mean that people in the panel weren't. You just watch Don Rickles. He went after everybody up there. The guy was being roasted and everybody else.
Well, of course he did, you hockey puck.
Exactly. I mean, nobody in my family likes him. Nobody in my family likes him. I love him. Rest his soul.
I mean, those are the real bad jokes. It's like, hey, take a look at this guy. A face only a mother could love, and even her, not so much.
yeah, Rodney Dangerfield. Yeah, I mean, you got him out there, and that was comedy gold. And that's how you do a proper roast. They need to learn that. It's like, get these people together who know each other and just pummel each other.
I mean, what's that one he has? He's like, the day I was born, the doctor looked at me and slapped my mom.
Yep. A good old that was a Dangerfield, right? Yeah.
It's just all self-deprecation, and I mean, he knew how he looks. It's like Buscemi. Buscemi knows how he looks. Mm-hmm. They are okay with it, you know. I mean, we're the ones that aren't, and it's not us. It's those few that are like, nobody should be made fun of, and it's like, don't tell the guy being made fun of that he can't be made fun of when he's having fun.
Yeah, especially when he's made it part of his act.
Right. The worst thing that you have for advice for comics is don't hit low. What do you mean? You hit low, you hit right across, you hit up. It doesn't matter. It depends on what the joke and the situation is.
You just don't be offensive.
Right.
I mean, even what's the most offensive comic in a lot of our known lives? Not Piscopo.
Eddie Murphy.
Andrew Dice Clay.
Yep.
Dice, yep.
And Andrew Dice Clay. And you find out, it's all an act.
Yeah.
He doesn't even talk like that.
Yeah, he doesn't even consider himself a comic. He considers himself a performance artist.
Yes.
As he said that half of his show is him singing, doing his Elvis impersonation, which he's very good at, and all that. So it's like you get two shows. You get his, his comedy, and then you get the singing in the band, in which his son is in, I believe. But
Yes, his
when you
son
take
is
a look
in
at
the
Eddie
band.
Murphy, yeah, I think drummer, I can't remember. But then you have, of course, you had Eddie Murphy, you had Red Fox, you had Richard Pryor. I mean,
Sam
oh my,
Kinison.
Sam
Oh,
Kinison.
oh.
He's talking about don't send food to Ethiopia, send luggage. I mean, how more offensive can you get? But the thing is, it was making a point behind it.
And that guy, the most offensive comic, selling more tickets than any comic in history.
Yeah.
One of the first people to do arenas with nursery rhymes. Come on.
Hickory dickory dock. I won't go any further than that. Oh,
Oh,
what a bitch. No.
I mean,
oh my word.
We don't have comedians like Robin Williams anymore that are so full of energy that you go to watch his performance on stage and hear the joke.
Right.
And you're sweating when you leave from laughing so hard.
Well, that's just it. It all depends on the dynamic of what you're having. And sometimes the show is that dour show, and that's even, part of the act, and you're laughing at that, and you're feeding off of, it might look like low energy, but it's still high energy because they're delivering these jokes. Stephen Wright, one of them right there. I mean, you have Stephen Wright out there doing his deadpan, non-secular type of bits. Then, of course, you have Robin Williams bouncing all over the place. And, Eddie Murphy moved around quite a bit when he was up on stage as well.
It's because he didn't want anybody looking at his ass. He could feel it getting hot. Oh, I saw a switch. And I walked this way, and then I feel my ass getting hot again. I switch sides. Yes, I've watched Delirious and Raw way too many times in my youth.
Oh, well, it's kind of funny when they started re-showing the old Johnny Carson shows. They have, I think, on MeTV or such, and now there's a channel I think that's on Pluto. And sitting down and actually watching it because it was on an hour before the actual Tonight Show, and I'd rather watch that one. The old Johnnies, and they had the appearance. I believe the first appearance of Eddie Murphy, and it was a flashback because I remembered watching that the first time. Wow. And I remember the whole act. I'm watching along there. It's like, yep, boom.
Yeah, it's crazy how much you can recall. Not like naked recall. You're not like, oh, you can pull these jokes out of the air. But you get a little bit of nudge, and you're like, oh, I remember everything. Like, I wouldn't think I'd remember Delirious that well. But if you put that movie in, I could probably recite the whole darn thing.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
just without thinking.
Or even the albums. The albums. I mean, I know it's a bad name nowadays because he did bad things. But Bill Cosby, we grew up on Bill Cosby. All of us. I mean, it was like, you could go around and we'd be throwing Bill Cosby quotes back and forth at each other. Whether it's the Noah sketch or driving in San Francisco, it didn't matter. We could do that. And when himself came out, oh my God, even more so then, When we were in health class, the teacher played natural childbirth. As Carol Burnett said, it's like something about a watermelon, passing a watermelon or something like that. I can't remember. taking your bottom lip and stretching it over your head. And then he says about how they want to do natural childbirth, and Camilla, I think his wife's name is. She goes, the first pain hit, and said the first thing that happened, she grabbed my bottom lip. It's like, okay, it's like, you did this to me. She stood up in the stirrups. I mean, that's just it. That's what we all grew up on. And even Steve Martin, even though he never considered himself a comic, he considered himself a performance artist, as did Andy Kaufman, who I didn't really like that much. I didn't like Andy. I loved him in Taxi. But other than that, most of his stuff was for me.
It was a little bothered.
Yeah. I mean,
and I want to say hello to Commander Thorne. Welcome to the channel.
Hey, how you doing, sir?
And yeah, the Tree Rock mentioned back there is like a lot of the comedians are on YouTube. The
Yeah.
comedians are finding that YouTube is their channel. They can do what they want on YouTube, and they're not adhering to any agent or corporation telling them, no, you can't talk about the subject you want to talk about. You need to talk about this. And that's why they're all on YouTube, because they can take their own shows in their own direction.
Right. Or to rumble if YouTube decides they want to get too uh, bothersome, you might say. But I
Yep.
mean, you take a look at it. You have, of course, Joe Rogan, who is a comedian as well as a fighter and an actor and all that. And look at all the people he brings on his show across the whole spectrum. Left, right, in the middle. But even when he's bringing in the comics, I mean, watching the Andrew Dice Clay interview he had, as well as the King of Queens.
Kevin James.
Kevin
Jerry
James.
Stiller?
No, Kevin James.
Kevin James.
Okay.
I don't know if you ever had Jerry Stiller on there.
I don't
But I mean,
think
then
he has.
you gain some of those really insights with these comics because the defense shields are all down. It's that one-on-one conversation, and that's with everybody. He gets a lot of hate for no bloody reason at all. No reason at all, other than the fact that the blue-haired land whales that like to Twitter stuff out because that's all they have for their life are upset because he dare have people they don't like get interviewed.
Yeah, and that's why he has them on. And that's
Right.
why he keeps doing it. He's like, I don't have anybody telling me we don't want you interviewing those people. Every week I'm like, oh, I see that clip. I want to talk to that person.
Right.
And that's how he gets to have those people on. And I was going to mention this is in the comedians with the YouTube is that's how they can have whatever guests they want whenever they want. They're not hearing from somebody going, well, this person has 4 million followers. They're like, I don't care. And Joe Rogan, a lot of time, the comedians come on Joe's show because Joe knows he has more eyes. He's like, I have no problem going to your show, but why don't you just come on mine? We can talk way longer. We don't have a time limit, and we can talk about whatever we want, and we'll be seen by more people.
Right. I mean, and that's just it. He's an interviewer. He's nothing more than an interviewer, and that's not an insult. He's doing what should be done.
Yes.
For like they used to do in the old Johnny days or something like that. And he actually reminds me more of Larry King when Larry King was on the radio.
And even when he had Trump on not too long ago, that was probably the least political time you've ever had Trump on any media. And it was because he's not trying to not talk about politics, but he's trying to just have a conversation with Trump.
Right.
And that's all he wanted to do with Kamala, but there was too many restrictions. Time, can't talk about this. They want to talk about that. He's like, no, I'm not doing that. He's like, it has to be my thing. He's
Right.
like, and he's totally like, I'm not going to invite her on to degrade her. I just want to have a conversation.
Right. Well, she first refused him.
Yes.
And then when she saw what happened with Trump, then she wanted to, but she had her demands. But you take a look at it. You had Trump and Vance on there, but you also had Fetterman and Sanders on there.
Yeah. He has everybody. He had J.D. Vance on not too long ago. And then, then he's got, Musk comes on and everybody rips him for having a normal conversation.
How dare you?
You know what's funny? You know what's funny? There was a time where Joe Rogan said he wouldn't have Trump on his show.
Right.
Yes. Because it was too much. It's
Dana
too
White.
much everything.
Dana White convinced him.
And Dana White, that guy's such a good interview, too. I mean, that guy.
Right. Yeah, and Leo Vaughn, too. He can be a good one.
There's so many. And
well,
it changes
that's
it because it's not an interview anymore. It's just a conversation. You
Right.
know? However people feel about Mel Gibson, he was on there. It was a good conversation. He's
Well,
weird,
and
but
Zuck.
It didn't suck.
Yeah, Zuck was on there. I mean, everybody crossed the lane. And just because you show up on the show and have a talk with this guy doesn't make you... In fact, if there's one guy who's doing a good job of doing unifying, it's him.
I think so. I don't look at it as political or one side or the other. Because I still think of Joe Rogan as a comedian.
Yeah.
He still does stand up. That's his passion right now. Still, so I still think of him that way.
Right, he's trying to turn Texas into the next hotspot for comics because
Yeah.
everybody's leaving California, people are
Well,
leaving New York.
especially with these fires, I think a
Hmm.
lot more people are going to be changing.
Well, it's not just the fire; it's the response and basically the insults that they're getting from there.
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
they've already had enough people leaving. They lost seats. They lost seats in the house.
but there's just so
That
many studios that are in California still. Like Burt Kreischer is still in California.
mhm.
Dana Carvey and David Spade are still in California, and they're like, this could all not be here next week. And
Yeah.
because they are all kind of they're like, I love Los Angeles. I don't want to move, but they're not stupid, you know.
Hmm.
So we'll just have to see what happens over
Well,
these next couple years. But
all it takes,
I think it kind of needs to change location anyway. California
right.
is too much of everything.
Well, a good exodus, and and if they decide they're going to go to a spot, that's going to be it. I mean, they try to do that down in Florida with
Hmm.
some success, and some of the states have been trying to be as welcoming as possible. I mean, I know
Hmm.
Minnesota tried its hardest to try to get studios to come in, but I can't remember which governor screwed that one up. Um, but Texas is welcoming. Dana, Joe Rogan has his comedy club there, and basically, like he sat back and said, the comics like to all hang out together and just bullshit,
Hmm.
just like the great Jewish comics went up to the Catskills and they kibitz with each other, coming up with all their as they sat back and said they'd be practicing their bits, and good old Uncle Milty would be stealing them,
I
and
mean, Joe
yes,
Joe Rogan building that mothership comedy club in Texas has
yeah,
been a good thing. Why would we
yeah,
not want another place people can go? It's not like he's
right,
taking away from California or New York. He's just adding another area. And if it wasn't for Joe Rogan opening that spot, there's a lot of comedians that wouldn't have gotten back into it. Cuz Ron
oh yeah,
White has started getting back into comedy. He's thinking
yeah.
about touring again, and it's all
Hmm.
cuz of Joe, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah. Now that he's trying to sober up, yeah.
Well,
Uh,
yes.
but Ron White back in the day, he was absolutely friggin' hysterical.
So
I
funny.
mean,
Yeah, so
I know,
funny.
you can't fix stupid, and I they call me Tater Salad. I mean, I got his two albums that he did back then, and I just laughed my tuckus off at them. Uh, and and the thing is Joe Rogan might be unintentionally stealing them because he's making a more welcome venue where
Mhm.
people don't
Yes.
feel welcome no more. So they're
And
going to
that
be going there. And it's not Rogan's fault. It's the places that the people are fleeing from. They've been made
yes.
unwelcome.
And Joe did a lot of work on this club. He
Hmm.
asked for advice from a lot of people
Oh,
to
yeah.
get the club in a position that people would want to go there.
Hmm.
They've
He
got
wants to make.
I was
Go on.
just going to say they have three different rooms and they designed each of them specifically for different purposes. And he
Hmm.
already has comedian. They're like, I love this room.
Hmm.
He's already got regular, so it's so good for it.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Hmm.
what is it? Was it Mitzi Shore? Yeah, Paulie
Mitzi
Shore's
Shore, that
mother?
was the
Yeah.
comedy store owner.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the comedy store. And I think Paulie's still working it.
Well,
Um,
Paulie's still there because his mom passed.
yeah.
Paulie is still trying to keep it going, but it's
Yeah.
not what he wants. It's really because his mom is such a thumbnail in the comedy world that
Yeah.
he's not going to let it go. But the comedy
Right.
store's nothing what it once was.
No, no.
But
And that's
even
just it.
him, even Paulie Shore, see him get back into things is kind of nice too.
Hmm. Yeah, and the thing is Rogan knew Mitzi very well, and
Yes,
I think
yes.
he wants to try to keep what she started alive because, the
Well,
comedy store, like you sat back and said, was such a welcoming place, and pretty much because of
mhm.
her,
Now I think
and she was a
he
looker in the day. Ooh,
he made a bar in the mothership. I think he calls it Mitzi's Corner
yeah, Mitzi Corner. I
because of
think you're
that.
right.
I think they took some signage from the actual comedy store and put it in there. And he did that because she was such a big proponent for everything. She was like a talent scout for
Right,
comedy.
and I hate to say this, but I can see Pauly Shore leaving one of these days if they keep doing what they're doing, if things
Yeah.
don't
Yeah.
change. I mean, it's back in the day in San Francisco when you had the Hungry Eye and all these other, just going down this block. You had all these clubs to go to. You could go here to listen to Lenny Bruce get arrested. You could go there and listen to the Kingston Trio singing there or whatnot. But it's like, and what happened to that? It's gone.
Yeah, yeah.
It's gone. It's like I wish I would have lived in those days because I'd be haunting those streets all the time and enjoying that entertainment and not having the red sent to my name because of that. Uh, we don't got that
I
now.
mean, think about that, Baron. Go back in time and actually experience that. I wish we could do that.
I'd love to. I really would love to because even the performers would go from one club to the other to watch each other. And you had some of the same stuff in New York, which aren't around no more. And you hear a lot of these comics are gone now, but the interviews that they had about the various places that they work, and the stuff behind the scenes, and who was running the club, and which one was the mob clubs and which ones weren't.
Yeah.
I mean, it's such interesting stories that these people had, and a lot of the comics today, if they thought they had it rough, oh God, you don't know rough.
There's a big thing. They're like the older comics. They're not sure. They're like, I don't know if the whole way new comics are getting into comedy is enough to get real traction. Because they're like, you come in, you get built up so fast because you get all these followers, but you haven't even performed a show yet.
Right.
And they sell out comedy stores, and it's like it's not even a comedy show. It's more like a talking to type of thing.
Well,
And so
all right.
like they don't.
Well, I think what it is that a lot of comedians, specifically today, are afraid to bend it and break it when it comes to comedy.
Oh yeah.
do the safe stuff, and that's why I think a lot of the newer comedians are mostly just crowd work kind of comedy. Like especially Matt Rife. Matt Rife has content. He has scripted stuff, but he's so heavy in crowd work. And that's not a show. That's fun to do every once in a while, but it's not big comedy. It's a tool. Like we've been talking about the whole time. Use all your tools.
Right. Don't be a tool, just use them all. Well, I mean, really, you take a look at it. I mean, you got to take chances. If you don't take chances, you're not going to get anywhere. Yeah, you're going to fall on your face. Any comic will tell you. Anybody, anywhere will tell you that. But you made that effort. Except for what's his name, Cosmo Kramer from Seinfeld. I got a middle on his name.
That guy.
And when he went bonkers, but that guy is. I think that guy's a little unbalanced in the first place.
That over the top extreme comedy he has, it's not in his word. His word isn't what's funny. It's his physicality.
Right.
So to see him in a stand-up would be a strange environment for me. So when I didn't even know he did stand-up.
Well, yeah, he did that one stand-up routine.
Well, I know he did that one.
Yeah, that one that everybody knows about,
I remember hearing about that, and I think he was really not happy with where his career was. Seinfeld wasn't on anymore. I'm not sure. That may have happened during the pandemic. I can't quite remember, or just before, maybe. But it wasn't a great
I thought
time.
it was before.
It had to be
I think
before
so.
because there was people at a show.
Yeah.
Right? So
Yeah, before they all got closed down.
because then they were doing movie theater or drive-in shows for a long time.
But I mean, they're just going bonkers on stage and actually acting like you're bonkers, and you can tell because they have that little twinkle in the eyes. I mean, I guess that's the same way I look at it with Andy Kaufman. It's like, it's like which psychoses are we going to watch now?
And ego too. It's like, nope,
Oh,
I'm not gonna make you laugh. I'm gonna do what I want, and that's the problem too. Like when he read that whole book, and it's like you can't think that's gonna get you more of a following. He wanted to do it because he wanted to prove a point.
Well, and that's just it. Remember, he wasn't a comic. He never thought of himself as that. Yeah. He was a performance artist. So this is a form of his performance artist. It's like Yoko Ono going out there and deciding to do a solo album. I mean,
you had to bring that up, didn't you?
That's got to be one of the best clips I've ever seen, though. That when Chuck Berry performs with John Lennon and Yoko, Have you guys
Oh,
seen
God.
that video?
I
And
may have. It's been a
see,
while.
it's funny. Chuck Berry, right? Incredible
Yeah.
guitarist. John
Great.
Lennon, incredible musician, right? So
Right.
they're jamming, they're going at it, and Yoko comes in, and Chuck just looks at her,
Yeah.
and the tech kills her mic, and
Yep.
she's still singing, but you can't hear her anymore. And it was just the funniest look because Chuck Berry's like, "What the hell is that?"
You'd think
What
it
is
would
all
know.
that screeching going about?
Yeah.
But the look, I mean, not trying to be racist, but the look of an astonished black man is a look you don't often see.
Well, especially on his face, because he's had such an expressionable face.
Yes. I mean,
I
it's
mean-
a huge smile, but then his eyes go so wide and the smile
Yeah.
kind of disappears.
Yeah.
It's so
I mean,
funny.
yeah. Oh, that
Oh,
that guy
my
had such
goodness.
a expressionable face, so it's like nothing was being hidden there. There's no doubt about that.
I mean,
There's no doubt about
is it Angus Young from AC/DC, the lead guitarist? If he
Yes,
doesn't
yes.
steal some moves from him, I don't know where he got his moves. That little walk thing they do across the stage and
Yep.
all that stuff. Oh my gosh.
And the thing is, Angus Young is still touring with
I
And
ACDC.
he
know.
still does that stuff. It's so
He
amazing.
does. He does. It's amazing. It's like, excuse me, did you find the Fountain of Youth or something like that? And the thing is these guys are teetotalers. They're not into drugs. They're not into alcohol. Well, Bon Scott was, but that's the reason why we don't have them no more.
Power of rock.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think that they're in the back there destroying stuff, and they're not.
Yeah.
And they hated the fact that they were thought of as a band that girls were nuts about when they first started out. They didn't want that. They didn't want the girls.
Aw,
They just wanted to do
dang.
rock and roll, man.
Well, girls like rockers.
Oh yeah, but the thing is they didn't want to be thought of as a
Yes.
band that basically it was only women that were like. So it's like, okay, let's turn it up a notch.
Well, that was not exactly the same, but like Kiss, they just because of what they played and how they looked, they got a reputation like they were just
Right.
going to rip their hotels apart, and that's not really what they did. It's only
No.
individuals, and it's funny because of all the ones, yeah, Gene Simmons, the most debaucherous, right? Not really all that true. Yeah, he's
No.
got his things, but he's not what you thought he was.
Well, I mean, with his record company, it has in the contract if you're working for me, you do not do drugs.
Mm-hmm.
You're clean, and so that's right there. He says, if I find out you're starting to do drugs and all that, you're out here.
Well, and that was a big thing with Freely, right? I think that was a big thing why Freely kept not being in the band. I don't know for sure. I don't know.
I don't know. I hate to say the name, but a certain troll that we all know and try to avoid would be the one that can tell you.
Okay. Yeah, he hasn't showed up yet. We're safe.
Yeah, we're safe so far.
Oh, he's listening. Trust me.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. Either that, he's bothering Cash. That's why Cash ain't here. No,
Hey, Cash.
I hate to say this. Though. Kiss is almost like corporate rock.
Yeah. They're the purest form of commercialized rock.
Right.
Because they're
Yeah,
just
I mean, I'm not.
when you really get down to like genres, it's rock and roll. That's what they are. They're just rock and roll.
With wild makeup.
Couldn't even say heavy rock. There's no crunch
No.
in their music. There's no screaming. They're just rock and roll.
Gene just stuck his tongue out and spit blood. That's all.
that's
From
all.
blood capsules.
All theater. All theater.
Oh yeah, that's exactly. That's what you're getting. You're getting the theater with them.
Yep.
But yeah, it was. It's just. Honestly, it's like that was their thing. They had their shtick. They weren't glam rock. They weren't hair band. They weren't any of that stuff. They were just.
That's
let's
what
go
got
out
me
there.
excited when I was a kid. When I saw him slam that guitar into the speaker on TV that night. Oh man, it was all over after that. What is this? Ah!
Yeah, but they weren't the first to do that.
No, but they were the first I saw.
See, that's what makes the impact right there.
Right.
They may not have been the first, but as far as doing that particular stunt, but they were
Right.
the first that Padawannabe saw. So someone might say,
Hmm.
well, I saw this movie and they did this action sequence. Oh yeah, that was done in this movie.
Hmm.
I don't care. I saw it in this movie, so that's where it's gonna have its relevance.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things. Will you please shut the front door and go away? Let me have my moment. You know.
Hmm.
I mean, that's kind of similar if you're like, oh, I was a boxing fan my whole life. And then you see Mike Tyson. It's like, oh, that's different now.
Yeah.
They just
My,
brought something to the game that a lot of people hadn't even expected that would happen.
mhm.
And it's just like, who is the impressionable ones? You will never forget that.
Well, yeah, that's just it. I mean, every generation had it. It had Cassius Clay, who became Muhammad Ali. Then it fed into, obviously, you had Holyfield and a bunch of the others. Then you had, of course, Tyson, who likes to chomp on ears and now is known as Mike. I'll take the money, Tyson, and and show us that boxing is still as corrupt as it always has been.
Those ladies showed us what it's all about. That's all I'll
Oh,
say.
I know.
Yeah, yeah.
Lady bout
The
was
lady.
was
Yeah,
outstanding.
that was the best bout of the match. Although I think the wrong person won.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think the wrong person won too. See, I hate that stuff. I hate that stuff. Seeing that stuff in professional sports, like when boxers grapple, it drives me crazy. Like NFL guys, NBA guys, when they stand over the dudes, it's like, come on, let's just play the game, dude. To me, those little ego things, it's like, I'd throw you out if I was a ref. I don't care. I'll throw you out. That's so unsportsmanlike. It's just too much, too much, too much. For professional level, we should be able to do better than that.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I watch sumo and rugby. Sumo and rugby. There we go. That's
Oh
the way
yeah,
to
that's
go.
right. You and the wife getting into sumo. That's right.
Yeah, yeah. They got it just started up again. I mean, they're about day 5. I think this is day 5 now. So, and I found a couple other channels where they kind of show the whole match instead of the highlights. Kind of hard to understand though in Japanese,
Yeah.
but it's the straight feed from Japan almost. So they have the commercials and everything.
Oh, that's
Well, they got the guy doing like the Madden thing,
oh
for that
really?
actually, and it's like he's dressed in the role. I don't know if he's a former one or not. He's not that big, but then he comes around the desk, and then they have the poor punching bag sumo wrestler guy that helped with the demonstration. He goes, "This is like this. This is how it's supposed to be done, or this is what they're doing." And it's like,
See, you got this guy here. He's going after this guy here, but he's got this guy here blocking him. So, what do you got to do? Well, you got to get this guy down here, down this line, and have him go boom, boom.
Got to get the
oh god,
Maddenisms in there. He's the greatest.
uh,
Now, you see,
And
here's a guy.
make sure at the end of it you get a turducken.
Now, see, here's a guy that when he puts his contact lenses in, he can see better. Boom. That's,
well, it's like the yogiisms of old. You had yogiisms and you had Maddenisms.
over.
yeah.
Circuit. What's his? Oh, I just had the name and just
Oh, Berman.
from Major League. From Major League.
Oh,
Bob Euchre.
Bob Uecker?
Euchreism. Yeah, you had Euchreisms.
yeah.
Yeah, Bob Euchre's still broadcasting.
I know
in
he's
his
still the
90s.
same guy.
Amazing.
And even the guy who used to do all your stuff for Chicago there, Harry Carey.
Hey
Hello again,
guys.
everybody. This is Harry Carey along with Steve Stone and Wayne Larrabee. It's been a while since I've done my Harry Carey impression, but holy cow!
And that guy was like half baked through every game. He's up there drinking his Bud Light or whatever.
Yeah.
It was.
Then he has his heart attack, and his
Yeah.
doctor's like, "No."
Yeah.
That's so funny. Will Ferrell, he still gets stuff on the Harry Carey impersonations. They're like, I love that mad scientist guy you do. He's like, no, that's a real guy. They're like, I don't care. It's still so great.
See, but that's the thing. A lot of the younger generation doesn't know who Harry
Does not
Carey
know.
is.
Not at all.
That's a shame. That is a shame. And the tradition of him singing the "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" in the seventh inning
Yeah,
stretch.
that happened by accident when he was broadcasting for the White Sox.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, there's so much good stuff. Oh, this
Harry
is
Carey, a
good.
man. Harry Carey, a man who was able to piss off all of Chicago, but half of the time.
See, and all this stuff we're talking about today could be potential content for me. Because, like I said, if it starts getting that good, I'll branch out. Like I said, there's ideas I got for watch parties and stuff. And I love comedy. I would be like,
Yeah.
hey, let's watch some of the best stand-ups of all time, kind of thing. I would love to be able to introduce and just to watch the stuff with people again. Like
Mm-hmm.
I've seen stuff hundreds of times by myself. But I always love watching, like, I'll watch my wife at certain parts. It's like, is she going to laugh at this?
Well, yeah, I mean, going back to the old classics, even though the old Bob Newhart stand-up routines,
Oh,
then
goodness.
George Carlin, bringing all these
Yep.
people back that we've lost, and it's like you guys today really haven't done your homework. You're the class clown, so you think you're funny,
Guy and
and
Carlin.
that doesn't work.
Carlin had to be the best writer, like, all time.
Mm.
Smartest comedy anyone's ever delivered. And that to me was why it was so funny, because it's like, yes, I see the exact point you're making. And I've seen it my whole life. Finally, somebody brings it to a head.
Because he would showcase the irony of the
Mhm.
situation.
Well, Leary did that a little bit too. I think it's the Irish, because both of the guys are Irish. Ever notice that certain groups, ethnic groups, you have their style of comedy? You
Hmm.
can tell a Jewish comedian. You can tell an Irish comedian. Of course, it doesn't matter because of the culture, how they grew up, their take on life, and that's what makes comedy sometimes absolutely wonderful. Is you're hearing that smorgasbord of American humor, and we need that, not to suppress it, but to keep on encouraging it.
Hmm.
Yeah, I need to know what's funny in the South. Come on.
Yeah. Well, you had that, Bill Engvall and
Yep.
Jeff Foxworthy.
Hmm.
I'm not even going to say Larry the Cable Guy. He's actually a Midwest guy.
Yeah, and that
True.
that and that was more of a character than anybody.
Oh yeah, it's
You
a
just
character. He
A
doesn't
lot
even
of
sound
people
like
didn't
that.
even realize it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you heard him really talk, you'd be aghast. I mean, up here we had Louis Anderson. Now I wasn't a big Louis Anderson fan, to be honest with you. I saw him in concert. Unfortunately, the show he did wasn't that good, but it was not. It was shortly after his mother died, so I can understand why. But I mean, at least the man went on stage, and the show must go on. But you could tell something was bothering him. But even then, I was never fully a Louis guy. But we've had others that came out of here. Uh, and did things and helped get things rolling. And we had some pretty good comedy clubs. Was Steve Hansen? Oh, I can't. I think that's his name. He had his big comedy clubs around here. Unfortunately, he died. He was really, unfortunately, obese, and he died a few years back. But he helped get a lot of comics started. And I know, well, I haven't seen him in a long, long time, but the world famous Bob Damaris, who does comedy. I think he's got his own comedy club himself around here. Uh, and yeah, it's just trying to bring in talent, get talent going, and get them moving.
Yeah, I mean, you just mentioned an overweight guy like Ralphie May in comedy. He was one of the guys that actually could bring races together because
Yeah,
of where he was from and his experience. He was white in ethnic areas. So
right.
he talked just like everybody else, and he wouldn't let people give him flack for it. He would
Mhm.
say something off color, and he's like, "Oh, now y'all gonna get sensitive over that, huh?"
Yeah. Well, yeah, that was like probably one of the biggest DJs we've had in the Twin Cities, and that was Tom Bernard. And basically, he grew up, white boy growing up in basically high ethnic areas. And as he sat back and said, he got a job down in the South, and he called himself the Cat Man down there and doing his bit. And the station, somebody kept on calling the station and said, "Get that N word off the air. We don't want him." It's like he's a white guy.
I know. That's so
it's like,
funny too when the comedians finally meet each other for the first time. They're like, "I thought you were black."
yeah,
So funny. Oh my gosh, it's so funny.
well, yeah. I mean, and that, it's insane out there. We need more laughter. We need because even with the fires going on or weather disaster, what's the one thing that we always seem to want to go to help get us through?
Laughter,
Humor. Hmm?
Humor
laughter,
and
humor.
companionship. Yep.
Yeah,
You know,
right.
And that's a little
just
bit of what I.
being
That's
being together as a society, as people,
Hmm.
as human beings. We're a social creature.
Yeah,
And that's what I want to bring to my content. It's like, hey, this is our world. Let it be
right,
our world. Come
right,
in,
right,
talk, converse, have fun. This is a
right.
together thing. I'm not doing this on my own. And I'm not doing it just to show off. I don't have show off stuff. I just have what I have, and let's have fun going through it.
I
Hmm.
mean, look at this show. We turned into the Joe Rogan experience here. We're
Yeah,
talking.
yeah.
I mean, we're just talking like they do on there, and that's what's great. I mean, and that's
Well,
what we need more of. Not that we're trying to copy them; it just ended up that way.
you know what we're
Conversation.
doing? You know what we're doing? We're having conversation, and that
Yeah,
is something that has been a part of Pop Talk in the beginning.
right.
Sit back, relax, and join the conversation. Sometimes I say enjoy the conversation depending on what we're talking about. If
Yeah.
we have a guest.
Hmm. Well, yeah. I mean, Rogan wasn't the first one to do this, but he's the first one to
No,
start
and
reviving it.
neither are we. We're not the
No,
first one
no,
to do
even
this on
before.
this platform.
Yeah, but it became a lost art for a while because of egos. And on a huge national stage, Joe Rogan brought this back. We on our little anthill, we're doing that as well. And it's time to start remembering. I mean, take a look at late night talk people. All of this is their own fucking ego.
Oh my
Hmm.
Uh,
goodness, yeah.
but it's like it's more than that. Again, just like Padawannabe says, it's all of us.
Yeah,
It's all of us.
yeah. Because here's what's great about doing panel shows like this: the time. You forget about it,
Right.
and you just sit down and you have fun.
Yeah. You have to. If it's not fun, why are you in front of the fucking microphone? Right?
I like
And
to hear my voice.
yeah, we love to hear your voice too, Patty. By the way, Cash is really late. I'm going to write him up.
Yeah, yeah. He's lucky we don't have an attendance policy here on Pop Talk.
Hey, Padawannabe, you want the job? I know.
I'm
Mike was
here.
looking at
I'm here.
resumes earlier.
I'm here.
I don't know if you sent yours in.
I can send an updated one.
Okay, please do.
All right, all right.
No, but that's good. I mean, it'd be nice to get even more and more people, even people that we don't know, on here to talk with, because
I
that's how you
am
get to know each
trying,
other.
Baron. I am
No, I know you are.
trying.
I know. It's not a shot at you. I'm just saying that it's hard. It's not easy, but eventually it gets there, and especially if people feel that they feel safe, and that's the important thing. You have to make people feel
Yeah,
safe on
yeah.
things.
That's the main goal whenever I
Hmm.
invite anybody as a guest on
Right.
Pop Talk. And I
I mean,
know I've said this before, but my main goal is to make sure that the guest is comfortable.
right,
They
and
feel
that's
welcome.
and that's the thing I had with Baron After Dark, and we've had guests on here the same way. They were unsure, they were nervous, they didn't know how it was going to be, and like me solo, and of course us as a team, heard nothing but people being happy about it afterwards, and that just makes you feel
Business.
good because that's what you want. So, and the biggest surprise they had when they were on my show, when I had it, and probably should bring it back in maybe, was that they were so surprised that I didn't talk that much. It's like, no, it's for the other person to talk. You're the guest. We want to know you. Everybody knows me.
Well, that's
So
what I was doing when I was on your show. I was apologizing for talking so much.
yeah,
And
yeah. I told you to shut up. No, no, that's
Be-
just it. I mean, everybody, even afterwards.
yeah,
because that's the thing. Padawannabe's been with us on panels before, but he's never been on as a special guest. And I'm thinking to myself, he needs to be a special guest.
Well, you know what Padawannabe. He's the fourth pop talker. He's like you had the fifth Beatle. He's the fourth pop talker.
Ah, 6-man award. 6-man award. I'll take it. I'll take it.
But yeah, I mean, I always felt kind of good when I heard people say that afterwards because it meant that they were comfortable talking. I know they were kind of at first kind of figuring that, I'd be heavily involved other than asking questions. But yeah, again, it was having that conversation. Just remember what Johnny did in the old days, and what Griffin did back in the old days, and all that. It was discussion and making sure the guest is the one that's getting the big words out, not the host.
And it's good to see the Comic Relief Crusader here. Good to see you, Mike.
Mike, too many mics, I tell you. We need to. We got to start calling the mics.
Hey, dude, I guess you're just jealous because every Mike I know is awesome.
All the mics are awesome. All the mics are.
I know. Somebody's waiting to say, Mike, come here. Shut up.
Hey, Comic Relief Crusader, you hoser. And that's the other fun thing too is when you can have fun with people in the chat. And,
Yeah.
And
See,
trade barbs.
that's the guy that would know what Popp I was referring to.
Okay.
I think it's Pop Culture Republic, though. I just can't remember.
There's just too many
so
pop
bad.
cultures out there. It's like, come on, get more original, damn it. That's why I picked because it's not that common.
I just got a message across the wire. He's on his way.
Oh no!
Oh no! Listen, the dogs are all excited. Listen to that. They're all happy. Oh my, you got the dogs going. Woo! Woo! Listen to that. Just a second.
They're excited.
They always perk up about this time of night, and they start barking. I don't know why.
God, my dogs go crazy at 9 every night. They start running around like nut. Oh,
yeah, about this time, and we're just coming out of a full moon. I don't care what anybody says. I can tell when a full moon is because they all go nuts.
The dogs.
Oh, they do. Oh, it's like it's like
dogs and cats and
horrible. It's horrible sometimes. But at least it's like, oh, we got a full moon. Okay. Now we're coming out.
All right, that explains why you're acting the way you are.
What? I'm behaving. Hey, I behaved pretty damn good on this show, haven't I? Better than Cash.
I moved up where I'm at now.
Oh,
just a second.
Uh-oh.
Are we ready? Okay, are we ready?
I gotta find that video.
Oh no! You ready, Baron?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Because he's gonna come in swinging, probably.
I'm sure.
Hello. I don't know what I'd be swinging about, but...
Oh, you didn't hear us talking about you, man? Come on.
No. I did not actually.
Between Biden on stage here saying that we're walking into an ogolarchy, and then we have Cash coming in here, I tell you.
Oh, good. Who's Joe Biden again? What's Joe Biden?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. I mean, I don't. Is he a character? I think he's a character on Saturday Night Live.
I think he's a
bad character.
He's a figment of our imagination. I think it's all right.
I don't know what this Biden is. So
yeah, I don't know.
I heard this guy. I heard this guy Brandon though.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I heard that guy.
Yeah, the anime guy.
Yeah, I heard it.
God, I cannot.
Yeah, let's go, Brandon. I keep on hearing. I mean, obviously the anime guy is very, very popular. People keep on doing that cheer.
No.
How you doing, Cashola?
I'm doing all right. Just had to work hard at the store, a lot of stuff. So.
The comedy store? Oh, okay.
No, the grocery store.
The grocery store.
Gotta help the family. Gotta do stuff. So yeah.
Oh, so you're the bagger? Huh?
Yeah, sure.
Hi, I'm Cash. I'm your bag boy.
I'm the bag guy.
The bag guy here. Do you want the bags with the handles, or
was
are
like,
without the handles.
I'm like, you
don't have
guys hear about
paper.
this guy Baron Ormond Tagalong, and they're like, no, I don't know that guy. I'm like, he's crazy.
You just say he's big in France. They love him in France.
Love him in France. I love it.
Oh, I
Uh
found it finally.
oh.
All right.
Oh.
Okay, hang on. Let me send it to you because I found it on my phone. I did find it though.
Hey, just be
Are you
careful
sending?
what
Are
bits
you
you
sending it
show.
on X or are you sending it on Discord?
Let me see what it lets me do. I
He
can
found-
let me do it direct message because it's letting me do that.
He found the golden weed plant. That's awesome. Good job.
I must have.
Padawannabe.
Yeah,
Good
you
job.
just don't DJ Ronnie us.
And
Just
where
don't
are
DJ
you?
Ronnie G. That's all I gotta say. I mean,
DJ Ronnie G.
Where the hell is
And it's turtles.
And
I
his
just
Are those
find
things
you
real?
in my list. Where are you
Yeah.
in the list? Okay.
I hear
go
Padawannabe wants to one up him and have turtle talk.
down. Well, were we doing turtles versus penguins?
Yeah. That's what started making me think that.
Okay, here you guys. I DM'd it to you on X Pacific.
Okay, I'll look for it there.
So this is what I saw on my feed the other day, and I instantly thought of Cash. So
Ah,
Boy.
it's
See,
more
we think about you,
scientific.
Cash.
This is much more scientific view of the theory.
The theory.
All right.
is
let
there a
me-
cash? Is there a cash money theory out there? I didn't
This
know.
one,
Probably.
yeah, this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you are about to see is what Cash does when he's, well, not on Pop Talk.
Oh no, I don't know
Is
if I.
that counting money?
You,
Bugs Bunny?
you might want to cover your eyes if you're sensitive to
God.
stuff.
I am, but I'm still here.
What are you doing,
It's not
Padawannabe?
that bad. It's not that bad.
He's
Uh-huh.
giggling like a little girl. I tell you, what the
He
hell?
is, man.
It just
He
made me
Here we
laugh
go.
when I saw it.
Here's what Cash does.
It's not on here, man.
To move under your weight. Now, a pile of bills might look fluffy and soft, but unlike water, paper doesn't distribute force. Instead, it would all be focused on the spot that you land, and the friction between the bills would keep them stacked in a solid mass.
Oh,
If you dove into a pile of coins,
Cash.
Oh no!
Cash.
Oh.
I'm
I don't know, man.
Don't ever think about
Oh.
doing any of that.
I think
don't
we
know.
got
I mean,
a new clip. I think
There's
we got a new
people
clip.
in there that throw money on the bed and swim in it, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, you.
No,
Oh, I'm so glad I found that.
it's like those people who keep money under their mattress or something. Yeah.
Hey, don't let my secret out.
Oh, I just heard somebody talk of this. They got robbed, and they're like, oh, wait, I bet they didn't look here because they put their money under their mattress, and it was all still there.
Yes. Hello, Lady Miss. Hope you're doing well.
See, that's just it. This generation just lost out on all the secrets.
Yeah, Ducktales lied. Yeah, sure. You can't. Well, because they already showed it in Family Guy, of course. No,
Yep,
just
yeah.
a
We made it
horrible idea.
That's why I saw this. I was like, oh, this is a scientific representation.
Well, see, the thing is we're showing it with human beings. We're not showing it with ducks.
No,
Like they
exactly.
talk about water off a duck's back. Same thing with coins. So, of
Yeah.
course, if you had a duck, the duck could do it. But Cash, no, he'd hurt himself.
Well, you know those water containers that you get from Culligan and other water companies,
Hey, come again, man. Yeah.
and well, my parents and of course every other parent in the '80s had one of those, and they would put their bills and coins in, and it's true. You
Yep.
put your fist in there in a ball. At least when you were a kid, your fist was small enough to get in there,
Mm-hmm.
and it would hurt when you slam it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah, I
know.
just watched one of those videos the other day. Dad's got his hand on his table, and his son's angry at him. So he starts smacking his hand. And then the dad moves his hand, and the kid smacks the table. He just starts screaming. It's like, hey, good move.
Oh man.
Take the pimple from my hand. Yeah.
Did you
You
squish
idiot.
Lucky Cricket?
Yeah, Lucky Cricket. Did you squish Lucky Cricket?
Nah.
Pretty funny.
No,
It's fine.
no.
It's fine.
Cash was more like kids in the hall. I'm crushing your head. I'm crushing your
Yeah.
head.
Ah, kids in the
I never
hall,
got into
wow.
them. I never got into
It
them. I
wasn't a
don't know
bad
why.
show. Yeah, it wasn't
Yeah,
a bad
it was
show.
a Lauren Michaels show. He was trying to do his form of Monty
Well,
Python up there.
It's
I was
Canadian.
telling-
What do you expect?
Speaking of shows, I was telling Mike we need some more tech stuff back. I mean, YouTube's nice, or it can be nice, but we need some more tech stuff, like actually G4 and somebody do it right.
Oh yeah, that'd be great.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
that would be great. I love Attack of the Show, the way it's supposed to come
Yeah,
back.
Hey.
back before you had Frosk and Sissel
Right.
coming in there.
If anybody
Yeah, you
wants to
realize, though-
feed me, new products, I'm all in. I will do that.
And I just want to point out too that Padawannabe did insult Canada by saying that there's no funny people in Canada except for Trudeau.
Oh, snap.
I didn't say there's no funny people in Canada. I just said
Well, yeah,
it's
you got Trudeau.
Canadian. So
He's funny, all right.
I like Mike Myers. I like John Candy.
How about Dan Aykroyd, man?
I still like Dan Aykroyd.
Okay, just my mate.
I don't.
All right, let's say a bunch of
hate him,
stuff
man.
and see if we upset YouTube. No, I'm kidding. Let's not.
Let's not say we
Wow.
did.
Let's
Or
not.
I
at
don't
least
know if
save
you
it
guys
for a
saw-
Rumble Hour one day.
Yeah.
Did you
exactly.
guys
Hey,
see?
that-
Gosh,
well,
whose
this-
was it that got shut
This
down?
is the Rumble Hour, but we stayed on YouTube. Hey, you're welcome, YouTube. You YouTubers out there, welcome to Rumble.
I'm trying to remember where I was. Oh, Stark on Stark of Iron. Somebody showed a light gun on screen, and he got pulled down immediately
For a light gun.
for a light gun.
A light gun.
Now the light gun was
Not a
painted
real
black.
gun.
The gun was black, but it had the orange tip on the front, and he unscrews it, and he's like, "See, this is the laser light," And they pulled it off before he was even off screen. They pulled it down. They gave 2 weeks. He can't even restream for 2 weeks. So he did a massive restream last night or the night before. It was just whoever would be willing to restream, and he ran his show like normal. So I thought that was a good workaround. But that's so. And he even did his what you put in your request or whatever it is, your God darn it, your complaint, whatever it is, and they still denied him. And they're like, nope, not doing it. So. That's some bogus stuff right there, and you could tell. What are you
That's
saying,
what he gives
Cash?
algorithms.
Never. Not. I was just asking my brother something about
okay.
Chuck Lorre. I was like, I think somebody from Mike and Molly is in this episode of 2.5 Men, which is an okay show. It's okay.
Cash.
It was better with Charlie.
Cash.
Yeah,
Cash.
I agree.
Who the hell cares?
You will care, Baron. You did ask me what was going on, so yeah.
No, he did.
Oh, we
I
lost
didn't.
him this time.
No.
We lost my. Hey, okay, time to put up that flag.
I haven't seen him go offline for a while. I saw him go offline a couple hours ago.
Yeah, I was watching this little signal just going up and down, just like you and me. And
Yeah,
Cash.
I was full at the beginning, and now it's
You were.
way down.
No, I know you don't care. I don't think actually Chuck Lorre is too many of his shows. Some of them are good, other one not so much. But,
Yeah, well, yeah, he's a one-trick pony.
he's
Welcome
had
back,
some
Mike.
good success, but yeah.
We're about to ask the other Mike to be on.
Mhm. Mike.
Yeah,
Mike.
trying to keep it Mike, that spot filled Mike.
What day is it?
Mhm.
It's actually the right day.
It is. Okay. Usually I'm the one that's going, well, what day is it? Do we have a stream today?
See, offline.
Oh, my.
That's what I was
Usually-
seeing earlier. That little.
Oh, yeah.
offline
Well,
tag.
normally mentally I'm the one that's offline. And that's the great thing on there.
This is good. Glad you got to join us at the end, Cash. That's cool. I'm glad
Yeah, you
got
did an
to-
animos to us.
I do. Do.
Here I expect to just finish up the show and pop, here comes Cash. And it's like, oh, great Cash.
No,
It's
it's just
big animos.
No, it's just weird you guys could hear that because usually when I put my mic up all the way, it mutes it. So it was weird that Padawannabe heard that. That's why I felt I had to say something.
Well, could it be because we're on whatever we're on,
It could be. It could
not
be.
StreamYard?
It could be. I don't
Because
know.
I noticed when I got in, like I can't adjust my volume. Like I don't have a volume slider
Oh.
Yeah,
option.
right
So
now he's yelling into the microphone.
I had to go back to my Rock Band mic.
Well, that's because you froze the other one.
I did.
You left it
I think the
outside
other
there.
one's just too. It's still super icy cold. I know. That's probably what it is. I'm gonna have to just take it inside. It's just a pain because it's got the arm you stick to the table, so moving the microphone's not easy. I just set it inside. I don't have anywhere to put it inside. That's why I'm still trying to get our Christmas put away. If I can get the Christmas put away, I should have a table, and that'd be nice.
I need a new microphone, I think, but I'll just put it on my Christmas list for next year.
It's good. It's okay.
So I got a decent one. I wish my arm was bigger though, because
Well,
I
so-
want more extension. It doesn't
well,
go far enough.
don't do this to me, Padawannabe. It's the fact that one of the arm is a little bit stronger than the other, and that's the one that's got the good extension to it.
That's my strong hand. The other
Can't
one's
feed
my
straight
little
lines, man.
hand.
Wrong place to feed straight lines is this place.
Oh man.
So Cash missed it all. I'm gonna start on February 3rd.
Okay.
Streaming. That's my big announcement. I had
Oh,
to look
is
at
it?
my calendar. Yeah.
You're gonna
finally-
you're
I'm
you're
finally
going
gonna
to
start.
the
I'm finally
Adventures
gonna
of
start.
Padawannabe and the Magical Weed Plant. No.
No,
Oh, come on.
none of that. Nobody can keep up with me, so everybody will pass out before the stream's over.
I don't know. Talk to Spock. It'd be like, instead of Cheech and Chong, it's Spock and Padawannabe.
Ooh. The
No,
universes
right.
collide.
Yeah, there we go. And
I
that's
know,
the
I
only
don't
way you can do
remember
it.
that.
Have a starship made out of weed, man, up to smoke. Warp and smoke.
There it is. Okay, now I figured it out. Yes, February 3rd, Monday, will be my first day broadcasting, whether I know what I'm doing or not. No, I'm gonna do a few test streams so I know what buttons not to push.
Okay, we got low spec too. I you know what? That's what you need to do. You need to have the weed out broadcast. Get all the geefers on there and geef away and give us all your knowledge.
All I'll say is when I go to that certain store and I hear somebody say, "Oh, that was too much for me," I always ask, but I am never impressed.
Well, I'm what we'd call a teetotaler in that area. I've never done until like last year, and that was under doctor prescription to try to help me with pain and stuff like that. I'm still too much of an old. I guess I don't like it. I really don't like it. I like the
can
gummies.
understand that. Some people
I
don't like it. They just don't.
Yeah, I like the gummies, but I just don't. See, I even though I smoke, I don't smoke into the lungs. And
It's a different. If you smoke tobacco and smoking the other, it is a very different thing.
Yeah, I know.
Why aren't
But
you
I don't
smoking
smoke.
yet?
I don't take my smoke in the lungs though, because you don't do that with pipes or cigars.
Mhm.
And I don't do cancer sticks. I do not. I don't like those.
Yeah. I don't
See,
know.
me,
What?
my problem
You do,
is
but I don't.
my
No.
problem.
No.
I mix. I'm a mixer,
I
so that's my thing.
I've never really wanted to smoke. I mean, I might. So there's a certain way that you had to learn years ago or something how to smoke a pipe. Is that what you did, Baron? Yeah. Okay.
Well, yeah. You just like what it was. I mean, I was the only juvenile delinquent that was smoking a pipe when I was 16.
And
I've
you
been
gotta
smoking
learn.
since I was 16.
You got to cough to learn. It's a pull, not breath. You just kind
You
of
draw. It's a draw.
That's what I mean. It's a draw.
Does it
not
take a
pull.
while
That's what I was-
to learn that,
No.
or is it just
No.
No, you're
Have you
just
ever-
kind
have
of
you ever-
puffing in your mouth. You just
Have you ever sucked? When you're having something to drink through a straw, right? Have you had it where you just don't swallow? You keep it in your mouth. That way you can spit it at somebody else. The same
Yeah,
thing.
sure. Okay.
Same thing, except it's not
Interesting.
liquid. And I'm able. I can do a little thing in my with my throat and all that, make the smoke come out my nose, so it looks like it might be coming out my lungs, but it's not. So
Yeah, you just kind
Uh,
of you just don't inhale heavy.
no,
You just kind of
yeah, you
puff.
draw it. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's supposed to be. You're supposed to savor it. When you get the different blends and all, you savor it.
Okay, that's interesting.
Same thing with cigars.
Yeah.
You have the different types of cigars, different type of tobaccos, how they processed it. I like when it comes around to tobacco, I like a Latakia blend. Which is very English. I like the English style tobaccos myself, how they do it. So
And even when you're smoking like a hookah, I forget what
yeah,
that is that they put in there, but that's more of a draw like a real
yeah.
smoke, even.
Well,
And that's
it's a
not,
water pipe.
but that's not any of the other tobacco. That's a totally different thing. And that
Right,
even, you smoke that a certain way too. So
right,
they all kind of have, it's much like alcohol. Some alcohols you can just drink, and then some
right.
you kind of savor. Some you need to
Yeah,
open up, like wine. If you let it breathe, it really does taste better, kind of
right. I mean,
thing. So,
it's a difference between Bud Light and a fine 12-year-old Scotch single
oh
malt.
yeah, yeah.
I mean, yeah, you just don't down a 12. Well, you mean you can, but you just don't do it. It's meant for savoring,
Yeah,
and even more so if you have a pipe or cigar.
I've had more aged stuff in the last year, and that is such a more enjoyable drink than just the right off the shelf stuff. If you can
Yeah,
get
they're not good.
something like a 20-year or something, well, even like the really good stuff, you get a 20-year something, God, it's so good.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, and you have to keep it single. If you're going for whiskey, Scotch whiskey, don't go for blended, man. That's just horrible. It's single malt you need to go for, and
I
if it's not,
like um, markers maker's mark. That's it. I
oh
like
well,
that
that's
one a
more
lot.
of a bourbon. That's more of a
Well,
bourbon.
I'm like my mom was a Jack Daniels, so I
Yeah.
had to build my palate from one of the toughest ones.
Well, yeah. Well, and Jack Daniels is a Tennessee whiskey. That's not a
Hmm.
bourbon.
Yeah,
Uh, but
and then
Jim Beam,
oh
Stephen
Kessler.
Williams, all those are bourbons because they're out of Bourbon County in
Yeah, yeah,
Kentucky.
yeah, yeah. And that's really it is the idea of, oh, it's this because of this area, like
Right.
champagne.
Yeah.
Bourbon is only a certain area, but it's
Right.
pretty close.
Exactly. And the same thing with Scotch. You can have single malt because you have some fine single malt distilleries in Japan and in Ireland. But if it's not done in Scotland, it can't be called Scotch. But it's the same
Oh,
thing.
okay.
Hmm.
Okay.
Right. So, and of course, there's a different spelling of whiskey or single malt whiskey.
Oh,
And
whiskey.
Jameson, I believe, has a nice single malt.
It's
Of course, you have the
whiskey.
Glenmorangie. Yeah. You have like in Scotland, you have like Caddo, Glenfiddich, Glenmorangie, a few of those others too. That just down the whole line that you have there. And, I've always wanted to try the Japanese ones, but damn, they're expensive.
Yeah. I hear
Oh,
those are all really good though, like the hot sakis and that kind of stuff. I hear all that's really good.
yeah. I know they had three distilleries in Japan for single malt, but I don't know if they have more or less now because it's been like 20 years since I really read up on it.
Mhm.
Um, I used to read a lot of articles and books by Michael Jackson, not the pop star, but the beer hunter, and I got to know him. I got to know him. I met him several times. It got scary when you're coming to these events and he recognizes you. And it's like, oh,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
it's an alcohol place. It's like you're going to an alcohol gathering and the guy who writes about booze knows you. It's like, boy, am I Barney Gumble or what?
I know that kind of gets me too. It's like I go into my little shops that I go to regular. It's like they start saying hi to you. It's like, ugh.
Hey, good to see you again. Yeah, yeah,
Now
I
I
get
don't
that.
know if they just say that to everybody. They're like, "Hey, boss."
Yeah, well, when they start calling you up by name when you're going to the porn shop, there's a problem. Hey, how's it going, Baron? Not so loud. I told you,
Oh,
it's
that's
Gerd.
awesome.
It's
That's
Gerd, not
awesome.
Baron. Now, you got my issue of Biggins?
Oh yeah, there you go.
But
So
yeah, I mean,
good.
oh yeah. So, oh god, and when I get some more money here, I need to get some good Scotch whiskey again. And it's been a while since I had a good drink of that. Get some
Yeah,
cigars and just go. Yeah, this is a good life.
Yeah, I went to my cousin. I went to my little brother's wedding in December,
And he got all his best men. He got
some Crown Royal XO for everybody.
Now, where you're from, though, cousin and brother, that can be the same thing, right?
No. Very different in California.
Depends.
Well,
You got areas.
Unless you're looking at the corn industry, then it's pretty accurate.
You got areas. I think every place has got that area. It doesn't matter where the hell you are.
Yep. So which is he? Your brother or your uncle? It depends on who you ask.
This is my uncle, brother, daddy.
What's that? Oh, isn't that in like a Simon Pegg movie or something? He's like, well, which one is he? Your mother or your cousin? He's like, same person.
But I mean, we're crying out loud. I mean, the biggest group of white trash that has the most money is the royal family. I mean, for crying out loud, Buckingham Palace should be on wheels, moving around because they're so inbred.
Ouch.
Boy, that landed hard, didn't it?
Wow.
Wait, am I wrong? Just take a look
I
at
didn't
Prince
say
Charles. I'm sorry,
anything.
King Charles.
I didn't say anything like that.
Get your floaties.
Start wrapping
The
up.
dogs liked it.
Don't know if Mike can get back in.
Oh, we got something with the. I just noticed something came in with the private chat.
Dude.
Oh, he wants to start wrapping this up.
Yeah.
I see. Oh God, he's become full producer. I like that.
I think
Okay,
I think me being on and last week he had problems too, so I think it's my fault.
Well, his ISP went out, and that was my fault. I did.
Yeah.
No, I sent a computer virus their way, so that's.
Sound isn't working. He says.
Okay. Yeah. So he had that problem before too. I think all of us has had that problem so far. So yeah, we are coming up to that 4-hour mark. So with that though, I just want to sit back and thank you, Padawannabe, for being here. And if you'd be so kind, I know you said before, but please let our guests, the people in the chat, all know what you have planned.
Okay, well, you can find me where I'm going to start.
Ad posting is X and YouTube community page and X, so I'll be putting in there. I'm spelt the same way on those two platforms. It's capital THE _ capital for Padawannabe, so you'll be able to find me easy on both of those. And I will be starting my Lego builds, Me Build, We Build show will start on February 3rd. I will post for the time. I'm not sure when will be the best time for me yet, but over the next few days I'll figure that out, and I'll be doing some test streaming. So if anybody wants to pop in and say, hey, I'll be looking for possible, I got to figure out the buttons. So maybe some people, but everything will get erased for that first couple weeks. But yeah, starting on the 3rd, I'm going to build the Slave one first. There's going to be the classic 2000 Lego set build, and then I'm going to have 2 alternate builds.
So a little bit of something for everybody. And yep, I'm starting it off heavy with the Slave one. I'm just going.
He don't care, folks. He don't care. And anything with Appion you have planned or such?
And Appion, we are going to continue our Sunday shows for sure. He can be found on YouTube, APY0N. We'll make it a lot easier to find him on there, but his channel's pretty big, so you'll probably be able to find him. Yeah, we'll continue on our Sundays doing watch parties. We're watching Farscape with Popp and Karla, Appion, and myself, and then I think we're going to try and watch Vikings. I haven't seen that, so we're going to give that a shot. We'll see if we can make it through the whole show or we find something else, but those will be coming up this next week, and also this weekend on Outlaw Bill's channel, we'll be bringing in more playoff games. I think we're just down to Saturday and Sunday games now.
Okay.
I think we got through all the rest of the Monday night and everything. We got our playoff losers. So now we're just going to see if the Taylor Swifts can be brought down before the big game.
Well, it sounds like you got big hopes. Is she even still a thing this year with the football, or has that gone?
She is, but it's died down quite a bit.
Oh, thank God.
It died down quite a bit. I'm not sure exact. I just think the hype finally went away, and presidential stuff's coming up. So I think the news has something more important to talk about finally.
No, yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I mean that's just kind of a little much. But yeah, I'll just be starting on Mondays, going weekly on my channel, and look for the community page for posts where I'm gonna be. I'm gonna just everywhere I'm gonna be, I'm gonna put it out. So
Okay, great. And anything else there, Mr. Padawannabe?
I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Not promotion wise, just kind of I want to say thank you to everybody that I've been able to talk to and communicate with and be on the panels or not over the last couple years. Everybody's given me a lot of positivity and nothing but, and it's really nice. Everybody's like, do it when you want to do it, but just do it. Don't be scared. Just keep going. So I got a lot of community behind me, so I want to thank everybody for that because that means a lot.
And I want to thank you. You've always been a friend to this channel. You've been a friend to all of us. So it's great having you actually on here for a guest for once. And
I
and we're not going to be getting rid of you anytime soon. I know that, right?
No, I'm not going away.
I don't plan on it. I'm hoping that this YouTube thing's going to be a real positive thing for me, and I hear that it can be the other way, but I don't think my content's going to be serious enough for me to get downtrodden.
Okay, good.
So hopefully, I hate to think that there's Lego haters out there so big that they can, disillusion someone, but you never know. It can come from anywhere at any time. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Well, Mr. Latecomer here, Mr. Latecomer,
Yay!
Mr. Latecomer, Cash Monet, aka Animos Jr. How about you?
Just at this point, because we unfortunately had I have to cancel this week, but there'll be a lot of surprises coming up on the Fan Hooligans, and Twitch and Rumble. So, but I will say we should be back next week on Cash Money Madness over on Rumble with cranky old fans. So look forward to that. That's right. So I'm looking forward to that. And then I guess I can say next week, and Baron's going to have to start practicing. But Marvel Rivals next Friday at 6:30 p.m.
You guys are going to take that on, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Mike already dressed me down on it. He goes, we're not doing it this Friday, but Cash wanted me to make sure that that you should get that game going there in practice.
We both want you to practice. All right, Maggot.
It's not just Cash.
Hey, he's got his voice back. Okay. I had everything up.
Yes, I got my voice back.
I had everything up so I could promote you, but now I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. So yeah. Nosferatu, I saw that remake. I was quite impressed. So I haven't decided if I'm going to do a review on that yet, but I liked the movie a lot. Surprised. It was nice to finally see a movie after a while that I was like, oh, hey, a movie. I actually enjoy it.
Is Nosferatu in black and white? Or is it color? It is color. I just
color.
didn't know.
Yep.
Okay.
The remake's in color.
But it's just too much like Dracula for his liking.
That was so funny to me. I don't know. I just read that. I'm like, do they have a point or something?
Do they know the point?
Do they know what's going on here?
Those are the best. Hey, did you guys hear this new Vanilla Ice song? It's like brand new.
I don't know. I'm too busy listening to Milli Vanilli. Anything else there, Cash?
No, that's all. Just some surprises are coming up, and we got some other stuff. So.
Yeah, we got surprises, definitely. And for myself, though, please catch me on King Dolphin TV on Saturdays.
Oh.
For Just Cuz. That's their Saturday, just getting around and just chilling. That's 4 o'clock on Central Standard Time on their station. Now, I don't know. I don't know where Jace is at right now. I don't know if we're doing anything tomorrow. I have to confess. I know I'm not doing anything on Friday, obviously.
I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. So
I don't know what Jace is doing. Maybe he turned into a ghost. I don't know.
Last I heard, it did say he wanted to take a small break, but I didn't know what that meant.
Because I mean, those weren't his exact words, but it seemed like he was going to take a couple days.
I know the last time I spoke with him, it sounded like he wanted to come back before this month was out.
Mm-hmm.
But he knows the details better than any of us.
Yep.
Right.
He's dealing with stuff. We all deal with stuff. So no
Yeah.
pressure. He's
I
always.
haven't.
And I can thank him too. Another person in the community that gives me nothing but positive feedback and just really, really good guy there.
He is.
This is for you, Jace. Fuck you, buddy. No.
Wow! Wow! You know what? There's a clip that I'm gonna play.
Wow.
As well. Wow! Wow!
It's like
I wasn't expecting that, but
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
It jumped up a notch.
It did, didn't it?
It's our love language, man.
That's right, Baron still hasn't seen that movie yet.
No, I haven't seen that yet.
no, he hasn't. No, he hasn't.
Oh goodness, how not? We may have to have Baron on a watch party.
I know.
I might have to drag you. I might have to drag you somewhere to watch that one.
Oh my god.
Craig, that sounds creepy. What
Well, Happy Hour's my watch party group.
Yeah.
Have
Well,
to
you never invite me over there.
I know. I'm trying to get him back on Thedo, and we have not been doing Thedo, and I think we need to get that one back going again. Cash has been on the waiting list for like 2 months.
oh, yeah, we talked about it when it's all good, man. I thought that was on. That's yeah, I know, but I talked to Apion about it, or Apion, or Apion. We always say Apion. Is it Apion?
That I don't think there's a distinction.
Okay.
But we were doing Thedo, and he was kind of running out of people in the chat, in the group chat. So I was like, hey, let me reach out. I think if we actually ask certain people through DMs, I think we'll get a whole bunch of people. And I got 6 people like in a day, and I'm like, crap. Now I have to tell them all to wait.
Yeah, I mean, I thought you were setting that up. That's why I didn't go through Apion about it.
Well, he was kind of letting me, and that's why I was like, oh, he's letting me be co-host. It's like I'll find some people. So I reached out to Baron and Ucash, and I reached out to Netter and a couple other people, and they all said, yeah, we'll do it. I reached out to Matt Cave Gaming, and they're like, we're busy, but it is something they're interested in. So I'm keeping everybody on a list.
Patty, yes. I am a streaming whore. I know. I'm easy. I'm very easy. Which also reminds me, I forgot. On the 31st, I'll be doing something with Pops. We're going to be talking about cult films that are no longer cult films. So.
He's hoping by the end of the year that he becomes a co-host for just 2 more channels. Then he'll have a total of 5.
Well, I'm only co-host for 2. I just sit on the panel for another one. So, well, it depends on if
you're not a co-host for King Dolphin. Oh, okay.
No, I'm just a panelist. I'm just a schmuck. I'm just schmuck. I'm the one that gets sent to the kiddie table.
Definitely a schmuck. I agree.
I'm definitely a schmuck. Right now, if 24 gets the Kings going again and wants me back, then there'll be another one. So. Yeah. You know me. I
know. But I just feel like before the year is over, you're gonna be like a co-host of 5 different channels.
Yeah, well, I got 3 now, right? So
it's a lot.
Why not? Yeah. Hey, but the thing is, I'm getting my beautiful face out there. That's the thing.
Yeah, beautiful face. Sure.
That's what we gotta do.
I'm getting this beautiful face out there, folks.
Well, it's better your face than mine.
I
think Mike has a better face, but I'm biased.
You think so? Mine is more older and distinguished. Look at this.
Yeah.
Oh God! Don't ever do that again.
And I can't stand to look at Jace's face. Where is that bitch? Where is that Norwegian bitch? No, I'm kidding. Just joking with you, Jace.
It looks like his face is all graffitied now. I mean, did he hang out in the wrong part of the neighborhood?
He did. Yeah.
Kidding, Jace. I'm kidding.
He did.
But as far as what's coming up on Pacific414, tomorrow I will be playing Marvel Rivals at 6 p.m. Eastern Time.
There's no stealth in that game.
I know there's no stealth in that game, and I've been playing that game a lot.
And he's
And
happy about that.
it's addictive. It really is. It's addictive,
I don't
and it brings out the competitive side. Although Steven's all, I don't hear it. It's like, well, I'm on your channel, dude. I'm trying to be respectful and not take over your channel.
Why not? Everyone else does.
I'm just not sure about that game yet. It's got like
Oh.
all the people in it that I want to try. Well, first, I don't know if my system will run it. I haven't tried
Try
yet.
it.
It's
Just
not
try
on
it.
Game
Just try
Pass
it.
yet. It's not on Game Pass yet.
It's free. It's
Where?
free.
Where do I go?
Padawannabe.
Where do I go?
It's free.
Steam,
Oh,
Epic,
boy.
Steam, wherever it's
I'm
out
not
there,
on
man.
Steam either.
It's on-
All I have is Xbox. For
It might be on
games.
Xbox.
Yeah,
Look,
dude, it's on consoles too, man.
Yeah,
Is
look for
that
it.
is it a cross-platform game or is it just
Yes.
on
Yeah.
consoles?
Yes.
See, I don't know. I
Yes.
haven't looked into it because
There-
to me it just seems like another deathmatch game,
What?
and I'm not a deathmatch player.
You will
It's
join.
not.
You.
It's not a maze, Padawannabe. It's okay, man. This is not a hard science problem here.
Well, I'm just
It's
saying, like,
fun.
I played Halo Story. I didn't play Deathmatch. I played Gears. I played Horde. I didn't play Deathmatch.
Remember,
I just don't
Padawannabe,
do
2 plus 2
Deathmatch.
still equals you know what.
I just
Well, you know,
don't-
if Mike can do it, you can do it. Come on.
It's 6v6. It's a
Yes.
lot of fun. You get to play as different characters that you familiarize yourself with, and you find out which ones work for you, which ones don't.
I don't have Cyclops yet.
No,
You know what would excite
no.
me?
They
What would
will.
really excite me if
But-
it was
but-
DC?
But
They
you
don't
know
have
what?
Cyclops.
They're bringing in
Where is Cyclops?
all the
Where'd he
fantastic,
go?
all the Fantastic Four are being brought into the game right now. You have Reed Richards and Sue Storm, and
I'll be
Yeah, I wonder
women
why.
la beau.
Where is my Cyclops? Where'd he go?
Well, you gotta give me X-Men, man. I know there's X-Men in it, but there's not.
yeah,
You don't even have the whole first team.
No, you don't have the whole first team yet, but think about the whole roster of X-Men characters that they could add. Marvel characters they could
building it
add in
up.
the future.
Quit building it up.
He
Don't get
wants
your
it.
hopes up.
He's
I
hoping to
want-
get some kind of word problem there, Anonymous.
I just want
You
to
go play with your wand, Anonymous. You go play with your she shed.
How do we know he's not communicating from his she shed?
Ah, yes.
I am my he shed.
He's chained in the she shed. You don't want to know what goes on
This
between
is
him and the wife.
Anonymous. Do not. My wand is coming after you. Hey, oh.
Well,
I heard his one
will
shooting
look
blanks.
into it. I'll try it.
All right.
I have
all
to
right.
admit, I didn't like
Peer
fighting
pressure, right?
games.
Peer
Well, I didn't-
pressure,
Yeah,
right?
you do well.
I was not a fan of fighting games back in the day either, but when that X-Men fighting game came out, I was all in.
Oh, the one from the 90s?
The Children of the Atom, and then they had
Yes.
Marvel, the one that came
Yes.
right after.
After it, loved those games. So I'll give it a shot. But
All right.
I am curious to see if it'll even run on my system. Because I still can't play Star
If
Wars
you have
Survivor.
an Xbox Series X or whatever, isn't that what you have?
I have an Xbox One S.
1S? Should run. I don't know.
So it's the first Xboxes. It's the white one that takes a disc. But it's not an Xbox X series at all. And that's where I'm losing out on all the new games. Like Survivor, I'm pleasantly surprised I can play Indiana Jones. That runs pretty well. I haven't had any problems with
On
that.
your Xbox Series X? Yes.
Yes, it runs fine, and I didn't think it was going to even be available. I can't
mean-
install it. I can only do cloud gaming, but it lets me
Oh.
do it. So I will look
Yeah,
into
that's
it tonight and
decent,
see what it does. Because the cloud gaming experience has been good. I haven't had any like drops or anything like that. I just get that every once in a while, every few minutes, it'll go a little blurry, and then the scan line tightens everything back up. So it's like, oh, that must be what the cloud gaming experience is.
Sounds like my old drinking days.
And real quick, channel members. This Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, we will have our first channel membership stream of 2025. All channel members are welcome to join if they wish. And
I think they do. Listen to them. Calm down now.
and you know the rules. There are no rules. Just come on and take the conversation wherever you want to take it.
Kind of like we did tonight.
Okay,
Yeah, pretty much.
there's a late game on Saturday, but I'll try and get to that thing.
Okay,
Oh,
sounds
It's
good.
only the Commanders and the Lions. I like the Lions, but I don't care about the Commanders right now.
Commanders, the Redskins.
The
Fuck you,
Commandeers.
The Caucasians.
That's not all channel members. For those who have had stealth as optional memberships, and for those who were gifted stealth as optional memberships on Christmas, we will be having our stealth as optional members ability to join us on Sunday's Pop Talk a weekend earlier, because I was looking through and I saw that a lot of the gifted subscriptions were going to be expiring soon, and I don't want anybody to miss out, so I bumped it up a weekend. And if you would like to come on and talk about the topics that we're going to be discussing on Sunday, once I figure that out, of course, you're more than welcome to. That includes you, Anonymous.
Mike is a magnanimous god.
One of us.
Anonymous.
No, I'm not. I'm not a god. I'm not a god. I know I was supposed to say yes. Now the world's gonna end because I didn't say yes.
Mhm.
Whoops.
Well, that's okay. We got the frowny nipple next to me. Look at that.
That's
I
right.
know. Did I go
Frowny
back to a
nipple.
And then next week, of course, we'll have the
Did I
Wednesday
go to
edition
a
of Pop
nipple?
Talk at 6 p.m. Eastern. But next Tuesday at 6 p.m. Eastern, yes, I've already decided what games I'm going to be streaming for next week. And for Tuesday, I'll be playing the new Mighty Morphin Power Rangers game, Rita's Rewind. It's a
Yeah, that's
side-scrolling beat 'em up, so it's gonna have a lot of
good.
fun. I've
Another
always
one.
liked
hmm
I've always liked side-scrolling beat 'em ups, and it's gonna be a lot of fun. And speaking of which, I do have the Power Rangers the movie gameplay video up. If you haven't checked it out, check it out. And that's from the Sega Genesis version of the game, some 30 years ago. And then Thursday on the channel, I'll be streaming a game. I just think the idea is silly and crazy, but it looks like it has a lot of potential as far as having fun for a few hours. I'm not saying it's gonna be a game I'm gonna stream each and every week. It's probably gonna just be a one-time stream, but it looks like it's gonna be a lot of fun for a few hours, and that's Squirrel with a Gun.
And dang it, I didn't realize I had the gray picture. I tried to take care of that. I didn't push save. Am I better now?
You're better. You're you again.
God.
Yeah, you're not a frowny nipple.
I didn't realize that was not showing.
But
Don't
before we
worry.
go
We're laughing at
here.
you, not with you.
But before we go here, Padawannabe, thank you very much for joining us tonight, brother. Really appreciate it. I'm glad you were able to come on. I do apologize about last week, my ISP going out since Wednesday morning of last week and not coming back on till sometime early Thursday morning. But I'm glad we were able to arrange a new day for you and you were able to come on tonight. And we had a good time just sitting back, relaxing, and enjoying the conversation.
I did. Thank you so much. This is always fun. And you, like I said earlier, you guys have all been great to know each of you in the way that I do. And you've all been positive and just reinforced anything that anybody that I've heard brings ideas, and you guys are all just great. So thank you for that.
Well, you're welcome, brother.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome, man.
Thank you.
No problem.
Even
man.
cash.
Yeah, even Padawannabe. I know. Even.
And good night to you, Lady Mist. I hope you have a good night, and thank you
Yeah,
for
take
being
care.
here with us tonight. Really appreciate it. I also want to thank Anonymous. Do, 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 do. Anonymous. Do, 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 do. And we
Anonymous.
also had DJ Ronnie G. Thank you, DJ. Really appreciate it, brother.
Turtles.
Nerd.
Low Spec Linux Laptop. thank you, brother. Thank you for popping in over on the YouTube and Rumble side. Really appreciate that, brother.
And thanks for those links.
Not a problem.
I think he sent. Is he the one that sent them earlier?
Yeah, he sent you some earlier.
Okay, yeah.
Just be careful of DJs.
Yeah.
And Mike, the Comic Relief Crusader, thank you very much, brother. Really appreciate it. As I scroll up here, 'cause I just like to acknowledge everybody.
No.
Tree Rock Creations, Tree Rock, thank you for being here, brother, and thank you for those links. I wish I could show them on the YouTube side, but I can't. But there's some funny sketches or skits, depending on how you want to call it. And
Funny
also,
stuff.
want to say hello and thank you for stopping by to Commander Thorn. Really appreciate it.
Commander Thorn.
Scroll up here. Yes, she came in to check on Baron to see if he was behaving. She already knew the answer.
Well, she lives with me. She knows.
X for doubt.
But the long-suffering Miss Tag, good to see you. Hope everything's going well at work tonight. And, of course, he's my Marvel Rivals buddy, and he's probably still playing that game right now. And you know what? Like I said, it's addicting. You're Ron, thank you very much. And, okay, I'm scrolling up, making sure I didn't miss anybody. Got Lady Miss, got Tree Rock, got DJ, got Low Spec. I know that Jet Sparks was here. And Lester San Jose, the Skeptic Tank, was here, as was Brandon Looney Tunes Fan 2000. Cass was here as well. The aforementioned Lester San Jose, the Skeptic Tank.
He's not in, huh?
Also, Tripping Orc. He's not too happy with me right now with what I'm doing to many of his kin in Middle Earth, Shadow of Mordor.
Oh, wow. Too bad.
Well, yeah, because orc lives matter.
Stupid orcs. Yeah.
Of course, Jet Sparks, thank you very much. And, of course, cannot forget the man, the myth, the legend, Tim, also known as FKHC 2005. Why not 2004, 2003? Or in the year 2020, 2525, if man is still alive.
That was a horrible song.
Maybe, but it was a song. But thank you all very much. Make sure you click on the Padawannabe's links pinned to the top. Subscribe to his channel. Follow him over on X. And until next time, everybody, remember, don't ever give up on me in a game, because just when you do, you might miss something. Have a good night.
Autobots, transform and roll out!